Hi, friends. Welcome to Talking to Fence People. I cannot figure out this thing. As far as I can tell, it's like it's saying to me, right? It's saying like, "Hey, Eric, why don't you review this video of yours that we age restricted? We want you to review it and tell us if we're right." So I said, "Okay." Um, I guess it's age restricted. And it says, yes, restrict my video to viewers 18 over 18. Appeal or show more. No, none of those things. And so it's like when you go to meow it, right? When you go to meow it, review content, it says. All right, there may be an issue with your content on this one. It's been it's been 18 plus. Begin review. We listed any problems. So look at what it says, though. It's like, how am I supposed to make any sense of this? Let me show you what I'm talking about. This is all right. Review an issue. This one, start to take a look at your content, keeping policies in mind. So it says they're going to list any problems. We listed any problems we found, but make sure your content follows all policies, not just the ones identified. Policy, community guidelines. Read policy. Um, so check the policies for examples illustrating these themes. Video containing adults participating in dangerous activities. I don't have anything like that. A video meant for adult audiences but could easily be confused with family content? I mean, maybe. It is meant for adult audiences. Harmful or dangerous activities including regulated substances and drugs. A video about fake harmful pranks. A video promoting a cannabis dispensary. I don't have anything like that. A video that invites sexual activity, no. It's provocative dancing or fondling. Maybe some of my joke dances, I don't know. A video where a subject is in a pose intended to sexually arouse the viewer, no. Unacceptable clothing, no. Survivor's injuries, no. Violent or gory, no. Heavy profanity in the title, thumbnail, or associated metadata, no. Video focused on the use of profanity, such as a compilation or clips taken out of context, no. So, but the thing is, I don't know what they age restricted it based on. I'm not sure I don't seem to violate any of those things, but those are kind of vague. And they don't say in the past, it's been like, Okay, well, this little section is a problem, and it shows me smoking or something. But I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. So I don't know if I should appeal it or not. I feel like young couples. These people are a little younger than us, and those people are a little older than us. But who knows what? I got 40 minutes of video. Who knows which part of it they object to? Then when I was looking for a girlfriend. Oh, that's probably it. It's probably that. All right. Okay. I guess that's it, you know. I guess that must be why. Now I understand. I just typed such a nice lady. Wow. What a really nice lady. She had such kind things to say to me. It was very nice. Made me feel like a real winner. Like a good person. Or at least somebody trying to be a good person, you know. We can't always be good people all the time. It's too difficult. Like, we're not Jesus. We can't be perfect. Even if it would be better if we were perfect. No, she was an INFP. I literally, the first thing in the conversation was her crying, saying how what a wonderful person I am, which is really nice. Now you can't watch it. I have to share with her privately. But she was obviously, you know, what she said is like, you have a good core. And I said, I'm guessing that's an FI assessment, right? That FI Dom can kind of make that read on with their own feelings about somebody else's, I guess, relationship with their feelings, maybe. I'm not sure. INFPs are rarely seen in the world because of their polar SE. Anna Paula, America, 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 Brazil, Brazil. How is my morning sickness going? How do I get hair like you? Well, you know what you're making me want to do? You're making me want to do what I've been meaning to do now for a few days. Give myself a haircut. Actually, I'm on thalidomide because I don't want morning sickness and I do want a baby with flippers. Well, you've long been known to be one of history's greatest self-liars, Ruben. You could fool yourself into believing a missile headed right to your face is just a trick of the light, you know. Right, what was I doing? Oh, right, putting on live chat instead of top chat. Can I help you get into shape? Yes, I can, show media. Yes, I can. Drop and give me 20. You saw my flipper, baby. Cool. Did I lose it again? I'm always losing my flipper babies. Right. Oh, Rachel's in here. Hi, beautiful. All right. Now, let's go share some very special moments of togetherness. It'll be you, it'll be me, it'll be my hair. I think we're all going to enjoy this. And I'm glad you're all here to share in this special moment with me. Because if there's one thing I learned from International Foods Coffee, it's that it's very important to celebrate the moments of your life. All right. When cutting one's hair out of doors, which is where we are now, one has the advantage of not getting hair inside the house. When one executes a good TE plan, good protocols, then one minimizes the mess and hassle of giving yourself a haircut. How does one minimize these things? Well, I'm about to show you a whole new universe of reality that you never even dreamed you might one day imagine. Well, that day has arrived. Let your imagination free. It's time to see the greatest spectacle in the history of the world, right here, right now, performed by me. Okay. We're going to get this trash can. Put it right here, right underneath my head. All the hairs will just fall directly into the trash can. We'll get out the old clippers along with the old guard. Obviously, in both instances, old is spelled with an E on the end of it. Now we're going to plug this in to our outside outlet. Then we're going to turn it on. Now we're going to do a quick haircut. All right? Couldn't be a big ordeal. You just get your hairs chopped off and call it a day, you know? All right, let's start at the side here. I'm just gonna give it the old dipsy-do. Before we know it, they'll be showing this video at barber school. So it seems to me that YouTube cares a lot about the accuracy of your self-reporting. The problem they have with live streams is they can't ask you to report what's in the video because it's a live stream and you haven't made it yet. So what I'm thinking is it's not a good idea to appeal really any of their rulings unless I'm 100% sure that it couldn't possibly be anything bad with it. As I was with a short I made the other day that somehow got yellow dollar signs for no reason I could ascertain. It was just a little film of a helicopter against the sunset. And so I won that appeal, no problem. But I don't think, I generally have had a policy of only appealing things that I think, based on my complete understanding of everything I can about YouTube, that I believe should not have violated any of their rules. So I guess I just won't appeal those restrictions. I might delete those videos in theory. Yeah, I imagine like YouTube might figure giving live streamers risky if they have age restricted videos that they haven't um, appealed as well. So it's a rather complicated question of what to do about this. But it's a lot more complicated when I really genuinely didn't understand what policy I was violating. I guess it's like showing the plants. It says, for example, a documentary about a dispensary. Well, this is not that, but it's just me. It's just me doing my daily chores and including whatever happens to be, you know. But I suspect that that's the standard that got violated or something. All right, making good progress on the hair part. Now let's go down and get the beard. Okay, my hair is looking pretty good. Now we just need to finish up with the beard here. Okay, now let's take off the guard. Bring this in a little bit closer. I'm going to zoom it in so I can see my mustache a little better. My beard in general. There we go. Okay, I kind of do the back of the neck by feel. Can't really see back there, you know. But it's fine. That's fine. Now I'll just get this hairs here. You always gotta go right here as you get this little colony of long hairs that you'll regret later. You'll be like, oh, I wish I had cut that part more. There. No. Get as much of my neck as I can. I'm going to take this off now. Okay, that's pretty good. That's progress for sure. All right, let's see what else we got here to get. I think I'm pretty well done. But I know the ways of haircuts too. I know how it goes. It's like, oh, I think I got it all. Then as soon as you turn this off, you find the missing spots. Anyway, that was a super nice lady. She had such nice things to say to me. You know, she's an INFP, so it's like her scheduling an appointment to talk to somebody about typology. I mean, that's a big accomplishment. Let's see, how do I look? Oh, yes. Look at this sensual man. Hi. I'm feeling kind of coquettish today. Now that I've got my new haircut. Hi. Do you think how many percentage points do you think more coquettish I look now than I did before? 40% more coquettish? I think that's my guess. I'm 40% more coquettish now. St. Augustine grass bob. Okay. St. Augustine grass, one of the most common grasses for your front lawns, your back lawns. But it wasn't the grass that my grandmother had at her house. No, she had difficult grass. She insisted on dichondra. It's like little clovers, kind of. But it's a very wimpy grass, requires a lot of attendance. You got to get the spurge with a fork. You got to get the spurge by the root with the fork, or else you're not getting it done properly, Eric. Yes, one of my jobs as a child was to pull the spurge out of Grandma's front lawn with a fork. If you're not familiar with what spurge is, it's a very common weed. You've seen it before, I'm sure. Seems to be pretty much everywhere. I know, you can really see the poop on my head now, huh? You can really see what a poop head I am. One reason I don't cut my hair very often is because I don't want to be subjected to any phrenology experts looking at my scalp, my skull, because they'll immediately say, like, ooh, hi, darling. He's got the skull of a demented moron. Those used to be, clinical terms. So please don't think I'm talking shit about either demented people or morons. I'm not. But I am going to make myself something to eat. And I'm going to get another beverage. I try to stay hydrated. Because if you ain't hydrated, then what are you? You're dehydrated. And nobody wants that. All right, I'm going to have a manicotti with sauce. This is Michelangelo's manicotti with sauce. I'm going to need my glasses. I mean, I could try this, actually. Let's try this. This might work fine. Seven minutes. Time cook. 7, 0, 0, start. Go ahead, Capito. You want to go outside? Go outside. While this is cooking a little bit, I'm going to go outside to look at my plants, but I'm not going to show them to you because otherwise I might get age restricted. I start spelling more things. Like, instead of saying the word poo, I'm going to spell it P-O-O. Well, one thing I did today, earlier, was I came out here with the choppers and I chopped away some of these weeds and stuff around here. Which choppers am I talking about? Well, how about these choppers right here? Chop, chop. All right, good. Got a little bit more chops done. I could get maybe a few more chops too. There. That's better. The neighbors are doing some kind of work outside with a lawnmower or something. Obviously, I don't want to hear that, so let's go back inside. I don't like the sound of such things. I like the sound of angel whispers floating on gossamer wings. I like the sound of loveliness packaged in beauty, all wrapped up in a sparkling bow. Those are things I like, not the sound of power tools. What's the crack, fella? The crack is, depends what it's referring to. If you're referring to my butt crack, then what's the crack is, it's the butt crack. If you're referring to crack, like cracking an egg open, well, I've not cracked anything of that fashion today. Anthony Mon, if you're just meaning what's the news, well, the news is coming fast and furious from all directions. Because we're learning so much, we're knowing so much, we're doing so much, we're thinking so much, we're saying so much, we're achieving so much, we're winning so many awards and prizes. All of them fabulous. No prize should even really call itself a prize if it's anything short of fabulous. It should call itself a token instead. A token gesture. Get your token gesture out of my face, is what I would say. If I were, a person who said things. Alright, this looks full enough to me. Let's send it through the washing cycle. First things first. Get a dishwashing soap. When we first moved in here, it's been a long time since I'd run a dishwasher. Because, I put stuff in the dishwasher when I was living in my dad's house, but I never actually started it because he was a super control freak, It had to be exactly all the right things in the right ways, and then you start it, So the first time I started this dishwasher, I forgot about how you have to use dishwasher soap. I just squirted some dish soap in there. It made big foams all over the place. This time, however, I've used the correct kind of soap as I have been doing typically. William, goblin, 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 naga, 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 big dog, big dog, big dog, juge, 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 and Bob, UFO, UFO, UFO. Some of the things that will get you in trouble with YouTube community standards include medical misinformation and elections misinformation, as well as like pretending to be somebody else with like deepfake stuff or AI stuff, you know. There's a variety of different things. But a lot of them are kind of vague, so it's hard for me to say for sure exactly what I'm violating. I'm guessing it's that the one that says like you can't do like a documentary about a dispensary without it being age restricted. Unit size misinformation. You mean like if I say this bottle of B12 comes with 150 pills when it really only comes with 120? Is that what you mean by that? Unit size misinformation? Or are you talking about, you know, your air conditioning unit? I was spreading some air conditioning unit size misinformation when I thought my air conditioner at the other house was broken before I learned that I did not have an air conditioner. But I corrected myself, you know. I issued a full formal journalistic correction. With profuse, excessive even, apologizing. I am so very sorry for having been wrong about having an air conditioner. What was I doing? Talking like I knew. I didn't know anything. Hot. The water's as hot as the hottest water pouring out from the hottest geyser, heated up by the hottest magma down below. Alright, we're gonna get a fork for eating and a knife for cutting. We will retreat to the television room for the consumption part of the eating process. Hopefully I've got a beverage of some sort over there. Looks like I got a sip of water, a sip of tea, maybe a sip of coffee. Might be adequate for the moment. You know what, White Rats? I'm not going to do that because I might get in trouble with YouTube. I got this video age restricted, which is basically they won't give you a strike for running afoul of certain community standards on a live stream because you're not self-reporting what you're doing, you know. But I suspect that's the only thing I could see that got that maybe age restricted was showing the plants. So I think I'm going to avoid doing that. I will at some point again when if I don't have it monetized, then sometimes it doesn't seem to care as much or something. I don't know. YouTube is an enigma wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a conundrum, wrapped in a puzzle, wrapped in wrapping paper, and a bow. Haircutting. Yes, I gave myself a haircut a little while ago. I just finished giving myself a haircut. So I'm looking fresh to death. Like, oh my God, is that guy like old enough to drink? He looks so young. I think he must be like 17. That's what people are saying about me right now. Summer season, I cut my hair every couple to few months when it gets long. This was a little bit shorter of a wait to cut it again than previous times maybe because, I don't know, I just started, well, it's the beard usually that makes me do it because the beard starts getting in my mouth. I'll be like annoyed by it. Sometimes though, I'll just cut the mustache part and just leave the rest of it for later. All right, we've chopped up our manicotti with sauce. YouTube doesn't understand their own terms of service. Well, I mean, like one of their community policies is something about regulated substances and, like hardy drugs. And it says, but then it gives you an example. All right. A documentary about a marijuana dispensary, for example, would violate this term of service, or community standards, sorry. I'm not on Instagram. Rachel is, though. I mean, I technically am on Instagram. I have an Instagram. I just never do anything with it. Except every once in a while, look at something that Rachel tells me to check out or whatever. Okay. Log in. Home. What's going on? Where's my page? I want to, where's my account? Oh, I see. Oh, this is me. Rachel sent an attachment 1 week ago. She mentioned me in her story, apparently. Host Eric. Log in. So I guess that's just my name is Host Eric, right? What is this? Why did it go to Rachel's thing as my default thing? I mean, I don't understand how to do Instagram. Angeli Matinoj started following me. Who's Angeli Matinoj? They don't have any posts either. Why don't I have any posts? And how do I make posts? What does this one do? Not a new message, no. I want to make a picture or something. But I can't find my own page. Today's login. Log in. I guess I don't have a page or something? I don't know. Let me search for me. Host_Eric. Says I have a post. Yeah, I do have one post. So I'll put a new thing up. Highlight. Wow. Look at Eric Gramming. Like the kids. Next. I can't even use this site. Why? Because I don't know how to use it. That's why. I push new, you know, edit profile. It doesn't let me click on any of these things. Okay, yeah, there's my Facebook. Yes, finish adding it. It's like, okay, Instagram. Why are you making things difficult for me? Why would you want to do that? Name, Eric Strauss. Username, host Eric. Profile picture, upload a new photo. Let's see if I can find some photos of me. There. Avatar. Create from scratch. Continue. Skin tone. I want to be this skin tone. There we go. What's this? Hairstyle. Looking for a baldy, you know, but not a total baldy. Like this. There. Okay. Now, face markings. I guess I'll go with some freckles. Face lines. Just gonna get some wrinkles going on. Eyes. Eye shape. I'm gonna give myself beta quadra eyes. Eye color. Oh yeah. My eyes are as orange as anyone's. Or maybe they're blue. Maybe I've got green eyes. Yeah, okay, I got green eyes. Now let's see my eye makeup. I've got, look at this one. A little bit of eyeliner, but not too much eye makeup. Eyebrows. What kind of brows do I have? I'm gonna go for these bad boys right here. They make me look stern and professional. Eyebrow color. Well, yellow, obviously. Or orange. There are more colors. I could go more crazy than that. I could go red eyebrows. I could go this color red eyebrows. Okay, there. That's good. Now I have a dot on my forehead. I'm gonna say no. Eyewear. Yes, I've got glasses, obviously. Got these glasses. Yes, I've got these sensible glasses. I wear color. I think we'll go with just this. Just this, maybe this white one, or this kind of grayish one, that'd be fine. Well, I could go with that. I could go with that one, brown. Other brown, red again. That color seems to blend pretty naturally. I'm pretty pleased with that. Done. Save. Let's look at my avatar. Let's see how beautiful I am. That's me. Looks exactly like me, doesn't it? You can easily see the similarities. Okay, done. Now, what I don't understand is why it is that I don't want to switch account. I want to go to my Instagram page. Why do I, when I push home, just go to Rachel's Instagram page? All right, search. All right, now, what can I do? Can I make a post? New. New highlight. The light most high. That's what I will title this. Now, I don't know what you're supposed to do on this page. I'd like to, maybe like upload something, but it's like stories. I don't even want to put a story. I just want to put a picture for F's sake. Come on. Instagram. This is why I don't use you, because you're horrible and bad. Note. Don't touch my wiener. Don't stop now. There, I'll put that. Don't stop now. I don't want a highlight. I want a post. Can I just do a post, please? Posts. Can I make a new post? I don't understand. Why can't I just make a new post? Why do I have to make a story? I don't even know what a story is. A highlight, I mean. Why do I have to make a highlight? What does that even mean? I don't even know. When I won all the prizes. All right, we're just going to let that sit for a bit. We're going to let that stew. Thanks, I took it myself. Okay, well, why does it just spin its little waiting time thing forever? You know, why is it just doing this? What's it loading? I haven't even uploaded anything. I'm trying to upload something to this thing. This website's dumb. I don't like it. Why don't I like it? Because it doesn't work, because it's broken. See how broken it is? What the fuck is up with that? And it's got these things like, what? Are you failing so bad? How do I upload something? What about this? Reels. Why can't I upload one of those? I just put host Eric here. All right, so I don't know how to make a new thing. Does anybody know how to do this? God effing darn it, mother effer, man, F all this effing S. I agree. I've given up on Instagram now and forever. I can't do anything on it, Natasha. Look. Okay. So I did successfully upload a picture of myself. And I have myself saying, don't stop now. But when I push this, look what happens. New. New highlight. Well, okay. Highlight name. Fine. Eric being cool. What we'll title this. This is going to be a highlight of me being cool. Uh-oh, now what? We're back to here again. And why? Nobody even knows. Like, what's going on here? Does anybody know? No, nobody knows. I don't want to have to do it for my phone. Oh my God, how gay. I don't want anything to do with that anymore. Fuck Instagram so hard with something very spiky. The problem is this idea that you have to upload things from your phone, okay? Like, oh cool. I see you've got a motorcycle here. I'll ride that to the store and get us something. We do have a motorcycle, but you're only allowed to ride on these roads on this tricycle here. It's exactly the same thing that Instagram is doing right now. I don't want to explore first. I want to put a picture up. Oh, I'm traveling to Europe. I guess I'll get on an airplane. Oh, no, no. We're Instagram. You have to take a sea voyage. That's how dumb Instagram is. Say Sigma. All right, Sigma. I'm a Sigma, you're a Sigma. Wouldn't you like to be a Sigma too? Giga Sigma Chad. I'm a skibbity giga Sigma Chad. I'm the restlessness of the Giga Sigma Uber Chad Skibbity Bomber Clouds. A giga is like a gigabyte, you know. Like you don't want just a megabyte. You want to get real hardcore though. It's like this has got a Googleplex of teraflops. That's a lot of data. I've got a Googleplex of some teraflops of data for you. We've got a Googleplex of teraflops of data for you to sit through. It's gonna take a while. What's a Giga Chad? That means like a super big Chad. Like, I'm such a puss slayer, I'm a Chad, but no regular Chad. I'm a Giga Chad. You know. Today's a bit of a strange day, I guess. Last night just bled right into it today. There's Gackin, that's the one. He makes the gack time so much fun. Eric jacking out on amphetamines. I mean, people who talk like me get laid, sure. Because I'm just like, ha! Look at ma! And then they're just like, I'm looking at you, eh? Will I make Natasha not moderator? Sure. Natasha's fine. I don't have any concerns about her. Elia eats too much. I don't think you do eat too much. I think you eat just the right amount. Talk about concealers having you fooled. Is this the first time you see me without my makeup on? No, you can't post. Turns out, William, they won't let you post in any kind of a sane way. They make you post from your phone. Excuse me, if I wanted to use my phone for things, I would not even bother having a TV. I'd just look at my little phone. No, obviously not. I mean, I could unmod you if you want. If you don't want to be modded. Let's just leave it as it is for now. Talk about why spring water sucks and the importance of purified water as a safer and preferable choice for everyday drinking purposes. I don't know about spring water at all. I do know from, not from experience, but from hearing people in this community talk about it, that well water is not the most delicious water that you can drink. Now we get water tower water, which I'm not sure where they get the water tower water from. But we also have a whole house filtration system, and I just changed the water filter on that like a week ago. I just let me try this water straight out of the tap. See how it tastes. Tastes fine. Just tastes like water, you know. Just like regular old water. So are you dissing my Aquafina? Is that what you're doing? Is this spring water or purified water? It probably starts out pure and then they put some crap in it, like some dust and some gunk from like underneath the table or something. There's delicious water and less delicious water. I mean, certainly there's bad tasting water. I challenge you to drink some of the water that they have to drink on Naked and Afraid. It's been home to too many animals. You mean the Fun Friends gang? Yeah, I am. Here I am, of course. That's why we do fun things, you know? Microplastic water. Pretty sure this is a macroplastic, Jackson cunts. Okay? It's a macroplastic. If this water bottle were sized at the quantum level, it would be in an eternal superposition, both here, there, and nowhere at the same time. Alright, well, that's not possible. No, thanks to quantum, it is possible. Let's look at the double slit experiment. Okay, fine. Have your quantum mechanics. It's fine. I guess if you get enough quantum mechanics, someday they'll be able to fix my quantum car. Until then, I just have to drive a regular car. You know what I loved learning the other day? I loved being taught something very simple that I had never really thought about before, did not know until it was explained to me what an analog computer is. An analog computer is basically anything that it has, like, for example, an abacus is a digital computer. It deals in binaries. Or at least in yeah, I mean, it deals in ones and zeros ultimately. That's how you use an abacus, apparently. I've never been able to use one. But in contrast, something like a well put together wristwatch is really an analog computer, and it's just marking, you know, the time, potentially the month. You can get a lot of shit on those watches, right? But like, if you look at an analog computer, let me think about like analog analog sound stuff. Well, with analog sound stuff, you get, say, like an analog effects pedal between your instrument and the amplifier, and that effects pedal is just electronic stuff that modifies the actual physicality of the frequency waves, right? In other words, when you're dealing with a transistor or something and an analog effects pedal, it's actually affecting the actual signal by changing its physical properties. And the thing to note is that the famous antitherum mechanism that was found like in some Greek ship or whatever, that's an analog computer because it has essentially mechanistic analogs for various elements in the system. So like with that mechanism, you could set the location of this constellation at this date of the year onto the thing, and then everything else would change because that's how it was connected physically, right? So when it would show you then the changing position of these planets and stuff, it's because the actual mechanisms of the planets had each of them had an analog mechanism relationally within the analog computer, right? So really, analog computers are just ways of modeling things, I guess. But it makes me realize, of course, that reasoning by analogy, which is something that I do continually, that is the original form of analog computing. The idea that, well, for example, the other day, Puttycat was mad when somebody came into the chat and said, "I'm sad he missed," in regards to the assassination attempt. And Puttycat wanted me to ban that person. And I said, no, I'm not banning that person. They're just expressing their feelings. They're not advocating for anything. They're just expressing their feelings. And then Puttycat said, well, fine, then I'll just start saying, yeah, this like horrible thing that was not an analog for what the other person said because it didn't have that same quality of being expressing feelings. Puttycat's supposed analog was not an analog at all because it was advocating a course of action. And so it was not analogous. If you're trying to do mechanistic reasoning with analogies, then you need your analogies to be sound, at least in their relations, the mechanics of their relations. You know, like ears are to earrings as neck is to necklace. Earrings are the jewelry that go on your ears. A necklace is the jewelry that goes on your neck. The analogy there is that in both instances, it's body part and what kind of jewelry is indicated for that body part. So for analogies like that, where the mechanics of the thing are very straightforward, your analogy can be perfect. Analogies don't always break down. So if I say, there might be more than one possible correct answer. Like if I said ears are to earrings as neck is to, and you put neck rings, like those African yamamyas, right? Then that wouldn't be wrong. But it would be less correct ultimately than necklace, because necklace is the true analog in that analogy, right? So the thing about it is, people forget the power of analog computing, which is to say the power of analogy to resolve things meaningfully. So I wish I could come up with a really good example of how an analogy powerfully revealed in this context. I have to think about it a little bit more. Yes, I have not experimented with psychedelics, Jackson Cones. I did them non-experimentally. Yeah. Instead of experimenting with them, I just took them to get very much on drugs. And still do to this day, sometimes. I need to get more mushrooms, but I like mushrooms. I do take them every week or two. So, like, the point is, we all use analogies all the time. When one of the more potent analogies I can recall being used in a presidential debate was when Obama was running for president. One of his opponent, I don't remember who it was at the time, but said something like, "The U.S. is falling behind. We don't have as many destroyers and I don't know bombers as China. We have fewer destroyers than Russia and fewer bombers than China." And then Barack Obama said, "We also have fewer muskets and horses." That's not indicative of a problem. It's indicative of a changing reality. That's a great analogy because it is true that what the person was saying is because we have fewer mia than mia, that's necessarily bad. So the analog computing says, well, we have fewer muskets and we have fewer horses than this super primitive army over there. Is that bad? If not, then you have to actually make the case that it matters a lot that we've got fewer of mia than mia, right? So that's where analogies can be incredibly powerful. It reveals how, what you're saying is bullshit. Because if we apply the mechanics of it here with something simple and obvious to all of us, we know that it's bullshit immediately. 25 your mushrooms growing. You can start growing them. Well, mushrooms, I don't want to try to grow mushrooms. It seems hard. It's just, you know, you gotta, maybe it's not that hard. I don't know. Maybe I should get a grow kit for that. I don't know if you can get the spores illegally shipped to California or not, but you paint and drywall. Yeah, growing mushrooms looks stinky. It looks kind of hard. It's not like a satisfying thing to grow like POT. POT, you get these nice, beautiful bushes. Smells nice. They're easy to grow. Just water it. You don't really have to do much to make it grow. It's like the easiest plant in the world to grow. And also a very satisfying plant to grow. Unlike mushrooms, which I know you have to have like a sterilized environment and probably have to keep it at a certain temperature and darkness and stuff like that. I tell you what we will do though is we will go check the tree, the fallen down tree. Underneath where the roots are for the fallen down tree, well, that's an area that grows a lot of mushrooms naturally. And one of them, I crumpled up some magic mushroom and put it in that area, hoping that maybe I'd come back a month later and there'd be some mushrooms growing there. I haven't checked it in months, although I have checked it before. Here are my boots. Let's go check. Natasha, your age? No, Natasha's not my age. Natasha is one of our super active seniors. She's 92. She's one of the oldest people around the channel. And, still as fit mentally and physically as she was when she was just but a girl. And I appreciate the diversity, She's the only person we have around the channel who's over 90. Which brings a fresh old lady wisdom to the party that everybody can enjoy. Like, you could ask Natasha about World War II. She remembers it well. She was in that nurse thing where the ladies went and visited the soldiers and stuff. She still has PTSD from it. Because one time, she thought the soldier was dead, and she started crying, but he was just getting her off her balance, and then when she got distracted, he slapped her on the ass and said, "Hey, toots, how about doing a little medical care on my junk?" That sort of stuff was tolerated back then. All right, I'm gonna go look down here real quick. You stay there. Well, it's so hot and dry right now that there aren't any mushrooms at all in my mushroom spot. A little surprising, maybe, but probably shouldn't have been. All right. Now that I've got my boots on, I feel like we could do all kinds of things. Okay. But here's the deal. We could do lots of things. But what I need to do right now is go pee. I think I'll go pee outside here, but away from your prying eyes. So I'm just going to go over here and pee. I'll be right back. You can pee outside if you try real hard. If you got to go, you can pee outside. Stream forth, wondrous urine. Stream forth and celebrate the new day. Have you heard the good news? Urine is risen. Seems like a lot of people either think or say that religion exists for one of two primary reasons. Either that it's necessary, or at least at some point during human development was necessary as a means of justifying morality, I guess. But then the other one is that it's a way of dealing with mortality. the knowledge that you will one day die, it produces existential terror, and that feeling is solved or at least somewhat addressed by God, religion, whatever you want to call it. But I get kind of proto morality taking a religious form, saying there are naturally occurring rights and laws that ought to follow from those, stemming from property. The potential to own property, potential to create work product, to take something that has no value and do work upon it and make it have value, things like that. So that's fine that people wanted a justification that was grounded in something unmoving. They want it to be axiomatic, And that makes some sense. The comfort regarding what happens after death, well, I mean, maybe religion will give you a feeling of certainty about that, but I'm not sure why it should necessarily be comforting, because it's not like religion presents the afterlife as exclusively a good thing. You got reincarnation, in which case it depends what you're reincarnated as to whether it's a good thing. If you're reincarnated as something cool like a lemur, then fine. But if you're reincarnated as something dumb like a possum, then, well, not so great. With, you're dead, you have one life, you're dead, it's over, but then you go to afterlife. That kind of afterlife, that's not just heaven, it's also hell and purgatory, so. Now, if you want to imagine resolving this matter with a simulation or something, then you're just pushing back the fundamental question, because let's imagine the optimal simulation situation. And the optimal simulation situation would be that after you die in this life, you wake up, you're like 12 years old, and you realize you live in this place where every single day, each person in this society simulates an entire another life, And you only remember the lives that you lived simulated when you're back and out of the simulation pod, right? So if, like, right now I'm living in a simulation, means I don't remember my life outside the simulation pod, and I don't remember any of my previous simulated lives. But once I'm out of the simulation pod, I remember all my previously simulated lives and have access to all the data from them to learn from it, right? All is well with me. Yes, Smash 420. Would you like to cheers me a bong rip? I'm about to pull a bong rip. Yeah, let's do it, Smash 420. You and I, great minds think alike. So, in that kind of situation, you're not answering any cosmological questions with your afterlife. You're just pushing it back to the question of, well, what happens when you die in that life, So, that's not a nice possibility. It would be nice to realize, like, oh, I got 20,000 full more lifetimes to live before I'm actually done with this thing, That would be cool. But let's move away from simulation. We've talked about afterlives. We've talked about reincarnation. We've talked about simulation. Another possible outcome among the after-death stuff is your atheist oblivion, Like, well, just like a rock isn't thinking anything, has no capacity to think, it's a category error to even imagine it having any identity or existing as a being of some sort, so too is that the case with the dead body. However, I would point out that it is the case that we distinguish between not just things that are living and non-living, but things that are living, things that are non-living, and things that are dead. Bear lives in your forest? Yes, we have bears up here. We've seen bears a couple times. They're not dangerous bears. They're like black bears. They're pretty skittish. They don't really attack people. Probably the most dangerous thing we have up here is going to be a mountain lion. I've never seen one, but I believe we do have mountain lions. What about the case on hydrogen? What's the case on hydrogen? I don't know what that means. If you've got other afterlife kind of stuff, there's possibilities. Please throw it out there. But so far we've covered heaven, hell, purgatory, reincarnation, simulation, and now we're on to atheist oblivion. So atheist oblivion is, I guess, seems to me the most disappointing outcome ultimately. But you wouldn't be around to be disappointed by it, Thanks, Smash 420. And you know what you're going to say in a second? Also, Eric, nice bong rip. Because you just reminded me of pressing business to attend to. Anybody else who wants to cheers us? Cheers. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. Come by. Bro, I lives in India. Brohan, I lives in India. You're just gonna need to just respect that. So, what other afterlife possibilities are there? Well, there are a variety of forms of reincarnation that people talk about. Some of them, you get reincarnated into a different species depending on if you've done a good job or not. Some of them, maybe you always get reincarnated as people. Some people believe they can see their past lives or know their past lives. And they're like, in my past life, I was Napoleon. They're always somebody famous, Apparently, we're running out of helium. Well, what do we need helium for anyway? Party balloons? Okay, well, that's what you call atheist oblivion, Dominic Bender. So if that's the case, if you go from living to non-living, and there's no functional difference between dead and non-living, then that would be the correct answer. But we've already discussed that one. That one is, it seems fairly disappointing, but let's see what other kind of possible afterlives one can conceive of. Dominic Bender, right now we're discussing what one could conceive of, what people have thought of in the past as possible things, right? We're not discussing which one of those things is correct. And, I really don't think that there's much else out there besides simulation, reincarnation, heaven, hell, purgatory, and oblivion. So we are a product of billions of years of biochemistry. I mean, we're definitely not. Even the most staunch evolutionist doesn't claim that humans originated pre-recent extinction events. So I guess another possible after death thing could be cryogenics. You freeze the person and later on they're able to heal you. But then that's just like not really being dead, right? So I don't know what to make of that. That doesn't really count as one, I guess. Another possible after death thing could be like your soul energy gets pumped back into a big pool of soul energy and then gets rendered out into new people again. So you're functionally gone, but your energy is retained in some fashion and goes on to be another person at some point. You could imagine it being like that, where you're not really reincarnated, but your energy is reused. That would functionally, it seems to me, be the same as atheist oblivion. Well, sure, that's true. Extinction events don't wipe out last common universal ancestor. Um, that's of course assuming that you've got at least some species that persist through all the extinction events. But given the fact that that evolutionists at least claim lots of instances of parallel evolution, where multiple instances of a thing that fits a niche apparently evolved independent of one another in different parts of the planet. Given that, it's uh, it's still absolutely reasonable to say that having to start over the evolutionary process 66 million years ago essentially puts our starting spot then, right? Forgetting about the plausible connectivity between a coral from 2 billion years ago and a coral from 66 million years ago, from which various things emerged, presumably. Um, we can agree that the starting over point for complex multicellular organisms, etc., was about 66 million. Or if you want to say that wasn't extinction enough, you could go back to like 300 million or so, and you'll get back down to corals. So regardless, it's not billions. I mean, there have been maybe even trillions of years of biochemistry throughout the galaxies. We're not sure, right? People say the age of the universe is meow 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 billion years old or whatever. But they also say things like it expands and contracts, and in which case it's God knows how many trillions years old. If you want to say that everything, after it collapses back down to the extremely dense thing before the Big Bang erupts again, and then it erupts again, and then say a species evolves over here, that's part of that billions of years of biochemistry. You could say that, but you're not really making any claim, right? You're just saying everything's everything. Yeah, I have one Rahul reader. You're not allowed to use it on live stream. The thing is, I'm not even doing the continually necessary work of explaining to you why evolution is bullshit. I'm just pointing out that even if you want to believe in evolution, it is not the case that human beings are the products of any specific path of billions of years of biochemistry, unless you want to say that because things, because magma covers over the earth periodically and then later on new plants grow, that that's all part of the same path. You're kind of ignoring the idea of getting from meow to meow according to some mechanism, right? If you're not providing any mechanism at all, I guess you could do that. But okay, but I mean, at that point, Dominic, the point I'm saying is this: if you don't have a mechanism to explain things, and you're not making a specific claim like, Art Deco emerged out of the Renaissance revival movement. You can talk about evolution of, say, schools of thought, of art, and stuff like that. Those things actually do evolve. Um, so you're not making a specific claim like that. You're not saying that uh, it's necessarily the case that something survived every extinction event. After all, if life could start from nothing at one point, it could start from nothing again, right? Given the scope and scale of the extinction event, even if you're going to make a claim that something survived each of those extinction events, you have to make a claim that it would be, very simple organisms, just a few cells, you're starting over, right? So, because we want to use words to mean things that matter rather than just making sounds, we'll acknowledge that in no way, shape, or form, in no meaningful way, shape, or form, are humans the product of billions of years of biochemistry. So let's just leave it at that and be okay with it. You have a problem, bro. I do? What's my problem? My name's Eric Strauss. Yeah, life could start again from nothing if it did before, unless the prerequisite conditions were no longer present for whatever reason. Well, I mean, in other words, it could start from nothing again, or it might not start from nothing again, is what you're saying. Because we don't have any idea how it started from nothing in the first place. So, hi, Victor. I'm doing well today. And of course, that would be something we'd need to establish and prove definitively that we could generate life from non life with some kind of electrochemical processes, right? We'd need to be able to demonstrate that. We need to be able to perform some experiment where that occurs as a predictable outcome to validate the very idea of evolution in the first place. It's got to start someplace, and it purports to explain speciation. So, um, really, it's just ridiculous that anybody could proceed forward with this notion without first establishing that. Okay, well, I do understand that there's a range of scales. Some of them are more massively global extinction events. For example, it's uh, it's been posited that the moon is the result of a collision between some other body and some early Earth, right? That would definitely be sufficient to kill everything on the planet. There's not. It's pretty hard to dispute that. If the moon crashes into the fucking planet and wipes all the atmosphere off of it, and this huge conflagration of man gets turned into rock before it recoalesces and shit, there is no way anything's gonna survive that, right? So let's be honest that the extinction events, they range a variety of scales depending on how big the meteor that impacts, how severe. Maybe a huge flood from a sudden warming after an extended and deep ice age or something like that. It could be sun flare. There's a lot of possible things that can cause either total extinction on Earth, total annihilation of all life on Earth, or returning to just tiny little organisms, things that live in the dirt and stuff that survive. Maybe a couple of cockroaches. I don't know. The point is, then there are some extinction events where you're going to get isolated populations of more complex creatures surviving and persisting through that extinction event. So, I mean, really what we should call them is catastrophic events rather than extinction events, because only a few of them are technically globally extincting, right? There's only some scenarios that produce that, and others don't. And I think it's important to remember that in all of our explanations of our past that have been gleaned from things like carbon dating, things like rock strata, and like a fault looking down across back in time, going down and seeing, oh, what's this layer of meow here, right? And things like tree rings. Did I say tree rings already? And things like archaeology, finding these pots here, finding this at this location, at this depth, etc., right? All of that kind of stuff. Each of those pieces of evidence started off with a guy finding it and telling some story about it, saying, here's how this came to be here, here's what people it came from, here's the little bit of story that I know. Now, keep in mind, that story then immediately becomes canon, right? Because you're getting new archaeological data being presented to the archaeological community with an archaeologist who's presenting it as part of a story. Most of these stories are 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 just that, right? They're possible explanations from a set of data that once it gets large enough, certain pieces of it seem to be okay. We can reliably afford true to this part of this, right? But when the further back you go, the less we know, the less we can possibly know, and we're drawing inferences from, say, a fossil record. We're drawing inferences from, say, a geologic record, you know, and what's it's so easy for us to believe in an evolutionary process because we can see adaptation within a genome via reproduction and selection. We can see it. We can make it happen with dogs and cats. We can we can do Mendel's peas experiment. You know, we can get out peas and get sports of the peas and try to hybridize, etc. We can do all of that shit. We can do all that stuff with genetics. And so it, especially with what appears to be a branching fossil record, it's a completely understandable, intuitive leap to say that evolution explains species, like the differentiation of species. Um, I get it, and it's like I thought that intuitive leap was adequate for a long time too. I never thought anything but of course evolution, like every sciencey person. I was like, I'm not a fucking Bible thumper. Of course I believe in evolution, until I realized that I believed in it, but I didn't know, and that's when I did some research. And I'm, among the world's best at researching cases to see if they actually make the case they claim to make. It's my expertise, was my profession for many years, and I'm unbelievably badass at it. I will assure you, in no uncertain terms, evolution does not make the case it claims to make. It fails to meet its burden to affirm, and thus we negate. And that's just the rules of life, It's just the rules of being correct. If it doesn't meet its burden to affirm, we negate. We don't try to do its work for it, right? Even when I try to do its work for it, I can't do it because I think the concept's fundamentally flawed. You have an unmoving status called the set, which is in this case is the species, and then you have the variation elements, which are called the individuals within the set, right? You can't both be in the set and in some other set, right? Because these aren't things like I like pie, I like basketball. Oh, I'm in a group of people who like both pie and basketball. It doesn't work like that, right? This is the band is the Beatles. The album is the White Album. The species is the No, the Beatles didn't evolve into the Rolling Stones. The Beatles didn't. They broke up eventually, but they were only and ever the Beatles, except when they were the Quarrymen, maybe. And it's a category error to suggest that the band evolves in some way other than musically, right? It evolves musically over time, and it shows that in the different albums or different instances of the Beatles. And certainly we see them become more optimized in their art expression over time. Just like a genome excises things that are weak, in other words, variations from the genome over time. It might reward for very specific variation under very specific circumstances where there are very specific environmental pressures and a very quick time frame, such as moths changing from speckled to black and then back to speckled with the Industrial Revolution covering their trees in soot. Okay, perfect example of a species adapting to a precise, intense, short-timed environmental pressure that was within their capacity to adapt to. Now you will note that as far as anybody can tell, as far as anybody can reasonably argue, we don't see anything like that in nature. We don't see that quality of environmental pressure being placed on things. It's either too intense and they can't survive it, or it's not intense enough to be a meaningful selector, right? The only thing that causes that kind of intense selection pressure is human endeavor, our breeding of dogs, etc. But even with all of our breeding efforts, we've never been able to speciate anything. Fruit flies. There's been an ongoing evolution experiment covering 75,000 generations of fruit flies, equivalent to 1.3 million years of human time, okay? And guess what? They're all still totally fruit flies. Some of them have more resistance to certain antibiotics. Why? Because that's like the pressure on those moths, right? It's specific, it's in a short time frame, and in this case, it's designed to differentiate between the fruit flies. So it's maximally designed to maximize evolutionary output by selecting in a much more precise and intense way than nature ever could, right? And they are still totally fruit flies. If we extrapolate out the amount of change we've been able to see in fruit flies over 75,000 generations, and we say, how many generations would it take a fruit fly to turn into a yeah? There is zero reasonable answer anybody can give, right? More generations than are possible for it to have had, that's for sure, in total, no matter how we want to evaluate the extinction events. And, lowest common evolutionary denominator is not an answer to the question of how long it took humans to evolve, right? If we imagine that humans evolved a long time ago, then went extinct, and then evolved again, then went extinct, evolved again, then went extinct. Okay, we could imagine that. That's fine. If we want to imagine that this is the first evolution of humans, then I ask, how long did it take for us to go from, I don't know, let's say, what's before a monkey on the evolutionary tree? What's before a monkey? Like a lemur or like, I don't know, like a mink or something like that. How long did it go from us from being a little mammal like that to being human beings? How many fucking years? We have concrete data from the longest running evolution experiment in history, which has measured 75,000 generations of fruit flies. Can we extrapolate the amount of change we've seen in that over time and come up with a number for me, please? No. Why? Because evolution is not a theory. It's fucking people grasping at bullshit, having absolutely nothing to back up their belief. I know, I was one of those people. I used to assume evolution must be correct. I just don't quite get it. But, when I was called upon to say, no, evolution's, of course, evolution. And I couldn't explain it. So I had to research it. Okay, I got to figure this shit out. So next time I'm not caught with my pants down, I got to understand how this thing works. But guess what? It doesn't. At all. And I got no fucking horse in the game. I would like to have an explanation. Everybody else seems to be bolted to their horse. Like, I am an evolutionist from birth to death, no matter what. I'm going to wave the evolution Confederate flag. But they don't even know what they believe in. When I ask them, like, okay, well, do you believe in punctuated equilibrium or gradualism? They go, Go, okay, well, do you think genetic drift is a significant factor? Are you more inclined towards the nearly neutral theory? Do you ascribe to founder's effect with bottlenecks? What? They have no idea what they believe in, right? They can't explain to me any more than I could, right? Because I couldn't explain it when I didn't understand it. When I tried my hardest to understand it, I still couldn't explain it because it didn't make any sense. So I guarantee you, you can't explain it. I need money too, Jose Hernandez. Tell you what, send me all the rest of the money that you do have, and then maybe later on I'll feel guilty and send you some money back. And I gotta say, this is by far the best job I've done um, dismantling evolution in a long time. I should clip this last bit here, and and just put it out there as a video because I just laid the lumber on evolution. I just absolutely took it behind the woodshed and bashed it over the head with a 2x4. Yeah. Because again, and this is one thing I want to stress every time I talk about this. I am not trying to say creationism is any kind of of uh, of explanation either. Okay, that's that's another thing that fails to do the job of a science theory. In contrast, however, religion is not supposed to be science sound. Evolution is so science unsound. It's shocking. It's despicable and disgusting. But I am not that good of a debater. If evolution were correct, someone at this point, with me having ranted and argued about it so many times, would have brought up some big point. I was like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. Geez, I guess I am wrong about this. Not one time has that happened. Don't waste the electric, please switch off the fan. I just turned down the air conditioner to make it a little colder. Because it's 88 outside, it's pretty warm. And this fan doesn't take very much electricity because it's just a fan. It's not air conditioning. Air conditioning takes a lot more electricity. Yeah, that's another good question, Jeremiah Fix. Is it easier for a species to recode its DNA to be effective in this suddenly harsh environment, or is it better for them to move to an environment that's less trying upon them? They're obviously going to be more successful in moving. Obviously, some things like plants can't do that. They don't get up and move around as they want to. But I mean, sure, you can imagine plenty of traits, things being advantageous, aka selected for, but it's hard to imagine a system that operates such that the advantages of those genetic abnormalities were so great as to outweigh every other consideration in terms of both survival and reproduction, right? Like, let's say a beaver is born with laser eyes. but dies by getting eaten by a wolf when it's a baby. Well, too bad for that wonderful adaptation. They still have to keep chewing it down. Let's say it does survive to adulthood, but it discovers that while its laser eyes are great for chopping down trees, they have a tendency to kill the lady bunny when mating with it, or the lady beaver when mating with it. So it doesn't have any offspring. Or it's just a mutated mutant growth thing, and whatever good part of that is vastly outweighed by its genetic disease, and it dies shortly after birth. Myriad thought experiments reveal substantial, in fact, I would say, unsurpassable boundaries for example, what would happen if we let go of all of the dogs into, or let's just say we took a completely random sample of 250,000 dogs from Europe, let's say, and we put them in at like Chernobyl, right? To just run free and be feral dogs. All the outliers, the super big ones, the super small ones, they would all die, and the population of dogs would go back to this sort of middle dog, right? Goes back to a genomic mean, whatever you want to call it, a genomic equilibrium. Because it has that variability so that there is some flexibility in terms of some environmental changes. But if species were flexible enough to evolve into different species by becoming different populations, I think they'd have too much genetic flexibility, right? It's like most substantial changes occur over the course of many generations of a given species. If for most species, like bugs and stuff, right, they have short generations, and they might live their entire life in the late spring before mating, laying some eggs, and stay underground until early spring next year, and then they come out again. They might just do that. So, the reality is they need adaptability, because early spring is going to be some years colder and some years warmer. But really what they need is a mechanism in place to know when the right time to get up is, right? And then if this year there's a bunch of frogs that eats a bunch of these bugs, the ones that live, they aren't better frog avoiders. They just got lucky, That's almost for sure, by just any kind of thought experiment. Now, granted, this is just a thought experiment. But the point is, it's continuing to drive home the responsibility of evolution, which is to provide a testable mechanism, to provide a meaningful amount of information, to be able to respond to my questions, to answer my questions, If evolution wants to sustain against scrutiny, it needs to answer my questions. And it fails to do so time and time and time and time again. But you know what? I think I've convinced some people too. I know I've convinced at least one person. I had one person tell me, I was completely convinced of evolution. And now, I really don't know. It was an INTP telling me this. It's a long time ago. And a person who's being intellectually honest about the question, who comes in and say disagrees with me, is going to at least walk away saying, okay, I need to do a lot more research. I don't know anything about this subject. And better would say, I can't claim any longer that I know where species come from, because I that experience talking with Eric about it made me realize that I can't meaningfully explain it. I can't answer any of the important questions. I just don't know enough about it. I could go into the assumption that it is correct, but I think given that now I realize I don't know anything about it, that I should withhold judgment on the question until I do more research. Or at least until I think about it some and come back, maybe ask Eric some more questions like, well, what about this? But I think what they're going to end up doing is they do the research, they find themselves going in circles. Because that's what evolutionary science is all about, going in circles. Continually begging the question. Well, what I would say, Sai Jimbo, is this. You did not evolve, you grew. Okay, so it's true that when I was a baby, I was a lot smaller than I am now. Because it's also the case, if we want to be fully inclusive, we not only have the set, the species, and the individual, but we also have developmental stage. And in this area is where you get to epigenetics. So epigenetics is another force on genetic change over time, purportedly contributing to speciation. But of course, almost all the epigenetic changes are bad because they represent some kind of response to some kinds of trauma, typically. So it's been documented that there's been epigenetic change passed on to the children of Holocaust survivors, that the traumatic event they endured actually had an impact on their genes, and that in fact did pass on. But of course, remember, epigenetics is relatively new. Evolution has been purportedly the explanation forever. They keep adding new things that might help to explain it because they don't have the actual explanation. Well, some things do evolve, Bharat. As I was saying, right? The Beatles' music evolved. Okay. And so you could call that an evolution of an artistic evolution, right? And it's also the case that their catalog grew. You could call that a developmental arc. In other words, it got bigger. And you could say additionally that the Beatles had an impact on how other bands became. But what you can't say is that the Beatles, as their style grew and changed, then they just became the Rolling Stones, then they just became the Who, then they just became the Steely Dan or whatever, right? It doesn't work like that. And we acknowledge that in that instance, what we have is the band name stays the same. Even if the individuals in the band are different. There are plenty of old classic rock bands that have none of the original members left, but they still play that catalog of songs and that they're playing as that band. So same with the species, right? You can change all the individuals in the species, but the species doesn't change. It's still the same band. It's still the same species. It has the same catalog, and its progression represents the same artistic evolution or devolution, right? And this is where analog computing comes to save the day. This is an analogy. We can see lots of analogies that show the dynamics that I'm demonstrating with this one. We don't see any analogies. We can't come up with any analogies for working the other way around, for there not being one part that stays static. Now, we know what that part is because we have genome maps for many, if not most species, most big species, like size-wise, not population-wise. And so we have a map of their chromosomes, and they have a distinct, unique genomic signature that each individual of the species shares that no individual of any other species shares. So we know functionally that that's how we treat the idea of species, that we treat it as though it is an unmoving set. We define it as two individuals who give birth to another instance of their own that's reproductively viable. Ergo, sparrows are sparrows because they give birth to reproductively viable sparrows. That's one way we define the species, in which case that species doesn't get to change because it's locked into providing only births of additionally its nature. I am not in charge of the Federal Reserve, but I would like to discuss with people why we infuse new currency into the economy that way. But regardless, thing is, and that's another big problem, Barat. When people claim, no, I'm not a rabbi, I'm not a creationist, okay? I'm negating evolution because it fails to make its case, not because I think some other thing. I don't have an alternative explanation. Anyway, so with a normal theory like relativity, it explains something, it makes a bunch of predictions. We can't test all those predictions right now, but as technology develops, we come up with tests for some of those predictions and are able to test them. And they, lo and behold, every fucking single one of them validates. It answers all your questions. I can explain it to you. It makes intuitive sense and it works. I can come up with analogous things that equally work the same. So contrast evolution with relativity. Relativity has E equals mc squared and explains that the passage of time is relative to the respective observers and that essentially there is no passage of time without observation of a living agent. Okay, so once we understand that in relativity, which makes perfectly good sense, and all of its shit tests out, we've proved it many times over. Let's look at evolution. We've got gradualism. We've got punctuated equilibrium. We've got genetic drift. We've got the neutral theory. We've got the nearly neutral theory. We've got epigenetics. And well, I saw it the other day. Somebody, some evolutionist is saying that that genes have intention and awareness, and it's not random. They're trying to do this without any explanation, of course, of what the mechanism of that might be. It's not a theory at all. The best stance to have on the question is that human beings do not know where species came from. We do not know how speciation occurred. We're not sure that, in fact, this apparently branching fossil record is an indication of there being any linkage at all in terms of the developmental process of this species and this species that appear closely linked in a fossil record. We do not know. And that's the correct position to have on it. If you're saying, well, evolution's the best theory we have. No. That's not how it works. Evolution claims to explain something. It fails to do so. We negate because we don't know. Oh, gosh darn. We hoped Darwin and a myriad other alternative Lamarckian variations of evolution, a myriad variation. We hoped that somewhere among those, or by just mushing them all together, that we'd have an explanation. But it turned out to be bogus. We don't have any explanation. It's bullshit. Now, it could still prove itself to have an explanation down the road Why it would still be calling itself evolution, I don't know, since the idea of a theory is the mechanism behind it or the math of it, right? If if Einstein said, okay, here's my theory of relativity, E equals mc squared. Okay, actually, no. Comes out a year later. No. It's E equals mc cubed. This time I got it right, for sure. Okay, actually, no. The next year it comes out. It's not E. It's M equals mec to the 1 power. So there you go. We got it this time. We would say, okay, Einstein, in other words, you're wrong. That's why you have to keep changing it. So let's ditch this idea and get it right from scratch. Nobody, no sane human being would say, all right, I'm hiring you to come paint my living room blue. They come in and they yellow crayon all over the wall. And you go, okay, well, that's not what I wanted. They go, okay, well, yeah, hold on. No, I got it this time. I'll get it this time. This time I'll paint your kitchen. You're going to see. This time for sure. And then you come in, and instead of painting, they've used stain on the wall for some reason. And you go, this is not what I wanted at all. Okay, you guys are terrible painters. And you go, no, okay, look, dude, we made a couple of mistakes. Okay, we made a mistake in there, we made a mistake. But now we really get it. We really get it. We're going to put the paint on the wall in the dining room. Let's go. How many rooms are you going to let them not paint before you realize they're completely fucking incompetent? How many different incarnations of purported evolution are you going to be presented before you realize these people have no fucking idea what they're talking about? They are dead set on the outset when addressing the question on confirming the accuracy of their pre-existing belief that is by itself, but that itself is not substantiated on anything other than genetics. Genetics and evolution are not the same thing. Yes, you can breed things. You can create change in things by picking some instances of a genome over other instances and breeding them together. I'm gonna pick the 2 biggest instances of this genome, this litter of this genome's species, and breed them together. We know you can do that, right? We also know that despite doing it for 10,000 years, to an extent that nature could never accomplish with dogs, they can still breed with each other, Chihuahuas, Great Danes, and wolves. We also know that after 75,000 generations of fruit flies, all we can do is increase some populations' antibiotic resistance. I mean, so recognizing that being able to create some genetic change within a species does not mean that nature created different species that way. And the more you think about it, the more incredibly clear it becomes, it definitely did not. Like, when I ask people, well, why aren't things evolving anymore? Oh, they're constantly evolving. Really? Because for like billions of pigeons around the world, giving birth to billions of pigeons every year, we haven't, and on that huge number of pigeons, we've never seen them give birth to some sort of other species. And I mean, the population couldn't get any larger. Well, evolution doesn't work. We have a big population. You gotta have a founder effect and a bottleneck. Okay, I still don't understand how it works. If I founder's effect and bottleneck a population of 30 giraffes, guess what we'll have? A bunch of giraffes. If I put them in a place where they can live, they will give birth to a bunch more giraffes, and pretty soon we're going to have a larger population of, guess what? Giraffes. Adaptation and evolution are different things. Yes, populations of a given species can display adaptation to environmental changes and or to purposeful selection by human beings, right? If evolution were correct, that would lead to new species, regardless of how you want to define species, whether it's by its genomic signature or whether it's by the old definition, which precludes evolution definitionally. Like evolution double binds itself when it first starts to define species. They're not so much made protected from things that would change them as they are. The real force of evolution is to eliminate strong variants from the genomic norm. So mutants die, right? It's to eliminate creatures that aren't fit to reproduce and get their sickly genome into the genetic pool, right? That's what all the force of evolution is. It says kill off all instances of this species that aren't normal, that don't have 5 fingers, 5 toes, normal heart, normal blah, blah, blah. If you're born different enough, you're born fucked up and you die. I'm not saying they don't deserve rights. Okay, I'm talking about species other than humans, okay? Do I believe in white hate? I mean, sure, I guess some like that white people hating stuff or people hating white people or yeah, I don't care. I don't care about stupid race stuff. Okay, race stuff's dumb. Race doesn't exist. It's make believe. And makes even it makes a little more sense than evolution though somehow. That's how little sense evolution makes. A rabbit in my plow. Yes, Natasha, you will. And then if you want to turn back into a person, you have to eat a person. I'm going to hide you, Kawaii Jimmy, because you know what? Your message is actually not very kawaii. I am very kawaii, though. If you want to be what you eat, Natasha, then you need to start becoming a cannibal if you want to stay human. That's just fair. So anyway, evolution rant done. But it feels good to get it out of my system. I know I rant about it fairly often. I just get frustrated because Natasha might agree with me, sure. A lot of people don't want to agree with me. They want to think they're being more sciencey or something. But they're not being sciencey. They're being wrong. So why do you think we have organs that we don't use, Eric, like the pineal gland or our coccyx? Well, I mean, it turns out that these purportedly vestigial things do play more of a role than people thought, Like I had my appendix taken out. I seem to be fine. But, tonsils, appendix, they used to just sort of take those things out routinely. They since have learned that they do play subtle and various roles in things. It's true that we don't need our appendix anymore because we don't eat so many rocks and pebbles or whatever. And maybe at one point humans needed that because they ate more rocks and pebbles. But that's totally not informative about how it came to be, right? You get angry, I'm going. I don't get angry. I might get a little animated. No, I mean, it's not informative at all about how we came to have appendixes. Let's say instead of we evolved here, let's pretend we were genetically engineered by aliens. Okay? And they genetically engineered us with an appendix thinking, this is probably come in handy. And turns out we don't really need it. I mean, isn't that as viable an explanation as evolution? In other words, there's nothing implicit in you're pointing out that we have vestigial parts that is indicative of how we got those at all, whether it's by evolving them or there's no reason to conclude that having vestigial things is indicative of evolution. Other explanations make more sense because at least they have something actual to predicate on rather than nothing to predicate on. And that's the biggest problem that evolution has. It doesn't have a mechanism. If you ask 5 people, what's the mechanism of evolution, you'll get 5 different answers, you know? Some people will say sexual selection. Some people will say maybe something kind of equivalent as survival of the fittest. And some people might say, oh, it's adapting to changing environments in isolated populations or something like that. They might say any number of things, right? But they don't know because they can't establish, okay, well, what would be a fair way to test this claim you're making? What prediction should we infer from this claim you're making? And how do we test that and validate? There's nothing they can provide me. They won't, they can't, they won't, they don't. I'm neither pro-choice nor pro-life, neutral grumpy, because I've figured out why it is that the issue can't be determined one way or the other. You'll note the stark difference between, say, gay marriage and abortion. The stark difference between marijuana and abortion. Marijuana and gay marriage clearly have a correct position and an incorrect position, and time eventually gets us to the correct position. Gets us to, obviously, everybody has to have equal protection under the law. That means gay people can get married too if there are going to be tax benefits and stuff. And the second one, marijuana legalization is a no-brainer because there's no harms to it, and it's just incredibly dumb, and it has massive harms from the law enforcement perspective. So those two no-brainers. Why can't we come to a consensus about abortion? And the answer is because there's not a definitive answer to the question. You can't adjudicate it on a rights calculus because any actual rights, any actual matter that can be judged on rights, the natural rights, true rights, will never be in conflict with each other. So it can't be the case that you get double bound, like there's no way we can resolve this situation without one of us violating the other person's rights. No, that's never the case with actual rights calculi. So that means that abortion presents a unique circumstance because you've got the property rights of the woman, namely her body and what she wants to do with it, and you've got the property rights potentially of the fetus, if you want to view it as having human rights. If you want to view it as having human rights, then you have a rights conflict because you've got 2 human rights in conflict. And people might say, well, the right to life outweighs the right to not have your property trespassed upon for 9 months. But that's just a completely arbitrary claim. And the reason why we know that's bullshit is because when dealing with things that are actually correctly calculated with rights, that never happens. You never occur a situation where one or two parties can or cannot, may or may not act, and there's no way out of the situation that doesn't involve one of them violating the rights of the other. So that never occurs in rights matters. But it does with pregnancy. Now, if you're going to view the fetus as not a human being and therefore not having any rights, that still doesn't get you anywhere. Because if the fetus doesn't have any rights, then it's property of the woman, but it's the work product of two individuals, the man and the woman. Assuming that that work product is consensually done, in other words, it wasn't rape. Assuming it wasn't rape, then we'd have to say that since the baby doesn't have rights, then it's property, which means it's the property of both the man and the woman, which would mean the woman would have to get the man's permission to do any harm to the baby. And most women don't feel like that's the abortion that they want either, right? They don't want to have to get the man's permission to get an abortion, and they don't want the baby to have rights until it's born. You can't have it both ways. So it's either property or it's a person, right? Since we can't adjudicate it on rights, and there's no way to calculate the utilitarian impacts, and utilitarianism is not a normative framework anyway, accordingly, the issue will not be resolved in full. What you'll end up having is a bunch of people like me who are in principle opposed to the thing, but who, if need be, in practice would attain it, right? So Rachel cannot healthily carry a baby to term because she's on these mental health drugs and she's got bipolar mania. So if she were to get pregnant, we would abort. Even though I might say, did Tupac not understand the birds and the bees? Yeah, men can make babies. In fact, without men, women cannot make babies. Sure, the men do vastly less of the work than the woman does in terms of getting the baby out into the world. I'm not angry, Raul. I'm correcting people. All right? I'm correcting Barat right now. It is absolutely factually false that a man cannot create a baby, but a woman can. As a matter of actual fact, only the combination of the two can create a baby. I'm correcting people. I'm teaching. It's a teachable moment, Rahul. I'm full of them. I'm full of teachable moments. Because why? Because I am correct about things. You might say, let's just put it this way, make it easier for everybody to flop down on their plate. I am opinionated. I'm highly opinionated. And I'm voicing my opinions loudly. You say that. That's not a correct way of describing what's happening. Because what I'm doing is I'm spitting pure 100% golden truths at you. They're flying at you fast and furious. You should be grabbing them and putting them in your mouth. That's how true they all are. So just sit back and remember this. Don't try to compete with me. Instead, remember this. Whatever I remember from what Eric is saying, I can say it later, and I don't need to credit him at all. And everybody will think I'm the one who's so smart about this thing. Just cop it. Just steal the truth. You can steal as much truth as you want. What about, can a man get pregnant? A woman. A man can get a woman pregnant. That's what a man can get pregnant. The thing is, a man and a woman can consensually create a work product called embryo, zygote, fetus, whatever you want to call it. And at that point, we have a simple question. Is it a person or is it property? If the former, then it's not, we can't adjudicate it like that because it creates a unique conflict of natural rights, which does not occur ever when dealing with natural rights. If property, then it's half the property of the man, because even though they're making a boat at the girl's house, and even if she has to do all the making sure it stays out of the water, making sure it gets enough food and stuff, and feeding it kick and all that kind of shit. It still belongs to both the creators of the boat. It requires both their permission, therefore, to destroy it. No, it's the other way around. Your mouth will taste bitter, but your stomach will taste sweet because the nutrition, once you get past the bad taste of agreeing with me when I'm being sassy, which I know it's not fun to agree with me when I'm being sassy. Nobody wants to agree with a sassafras. Most of people say cow who gives more milk is the result of pig generation. I don't think so. Who says that milk cows are from pigs? Pretty sure they're from other cows. Cows are fun, you know. They don't cause a lot of trouble. They just kind of walk around a field, munch on some grass, flip their tail around. We see them around here. A lot of cows around here. Don't drink pig milk, Rahul. Okay. Guys, we need to help Rahul. He was reading some farm textbook wrong. He thought he was opening a dairy farm and he bought a bunch of pigs. He's been milking the pigs and trying to figure out why the economics of this don't work. Pigs don't make nearly as much milk as cows do. So you're never going to get a dairy farm with just a flock of pigs. Also, just for the record, Rahul, you don't have a flock of pigs, okay? Pigs don't come in a flock. Grandma Daisy says, you look homeless. Yeah, I think you said that yesterday, but maybe you didn't notice, Grandma Daisy. I actually gave myself a haircut. You should look before you speak. I'm obviously not homeless. I'm sitting here in my lovely home. I might be some qualities of me that are common tropes for the homeless, but very few, I would suspect. I think I look more sassy than homeless. Whose house is this? This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. Wait a second. This is my beautiful house. And that is my beautiful wife. A congress of monkeys. An exaltation of doves. Prickle of pigs. A what is it, cobras? I can't remember. I have this song called Animal Party that has a lot of those group names in it. I made up some of them too. So it's not a reliable teaching tool, really, but. A nest of vipers. It's hot out here. I suddenly feel like sick. I need to maybe eat some more food, or maybe just get another beverage. Or maybe just stop hitting this damn nicotine vape. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. Oh, I need to take an antacid.
Okay.
I got a little bit of a stomach acid going on here. So I'm going to take this one, and then I believe there's another bottle of these either in the car or in the bathroom. Is there brain rot in the decadence of your conscience? I mean, I don't think my conscience is being, I don't think that being decadent at all, you know. Feeling good about yourself or guilty because you did some wrongdoing, that's, you know, conscience is the furthest thing from decadent. I see a sick man. Do you? Go outside? Yeah. I will show you the sick man. Alexi Cruici. A little bit of sperm. What was that all about? That's what they call sperm whales because they thought the spermatozoa in them was sperm. It's actually just whale oil, but it's true that my genes are missing the bottom half of the legs. That's because they were what I like to call cutoff genes. When the hole in the knee gets too big to comfortably wear them, then it's time to make cutoff genes. You too can make cutoff genes by getting a pair of scissors and a pair of jeans that need cutting off. How delightfully absurd. I think a good role model of decadence is Hedonism Bot from Futurama. I'm a big fan of Hedonism Bot. An opera about a man and a woman. How delightfully absurd. He's like on this permanent like lie down thing with a bowl of grapes on his chest. You gotta love Hedonism Bot. Because conceptually, of course, why would humans need to create a robot that just engages in hedonism? It's like, we're pretty good about that ourselves. I don't think we need robots to do that for us. I think I'm going to engage in a little hedonism right now. A little, I'm going to call it smoking out bar. What day is it? Is it Thursday? Or is it Friday? No, it's Thursday. It got to be Thursday so fast. I was impressed by the speedy arrival of Thursday. Wait a minute, says Elaine. Okay, I'll wait a minute. Asshole, says, would you? Am I an asshole? Maybe I am. You know, I do have an asshole. But I wonder why you view me as an asshole. I mean, besides the obvious reasons. Wait a minute. Are you done? Is that a minute yet, Elaine? You're causing me to wait more than 1 minute. You just buy really expensive shorts? Well, I could conceive of myself potentially changing out of these shorts and into my overalls. I could conceive of myself potentially sweeping up outside a little bit, or even using a blower to blow the leaves and stuff. My horses can continue. Does somebody have to hold their horses? I still want to know why I'm an asshole. Because I've been trying to be an asshole for years and I keep falling short. But according to Rigidity, I have attained my goal at long last. Expensive shorts. They just have to have some name brands on them. You get some of those shorts that say baby fat on the back of them with the fat spelled PHAT. Or maybe you should get some capris. Some nice flannel summer cotton capris. You know, I just love wearing capris in the summer because I can scooch down when I'm doing my gardening and it doesn't get my clothes all ruined. Because Lexi doesn't like clothes ruining of any sort. And I'm pleased that they have a strong opinion on that. I don't mind ruining my clothes. I would like to mind ruining my clothes a little bit more than I do because it's like, oh, I should have changed all of this before I started getting paint all over there. All right, we're going to need to go. We're done with those potato rents. We finished that half ounce that I got on, when did we get that half ounce? Saturday. No. I think it was Friday, actually. That lasted quite a long time. Lasted almost a week. Good for me. Aha. This is the one I want. Okay. I've got a handful of blood now. Take care of them. Take them back there. Take them back there. And then we'll grind them in the grinder and we'll smoke them all up. Smoke them all up today. I'm not an a-hole? Aw. Maybe next time. You say brain rot comes from hedonism more than perfectionism? I don't know if brain rot follows from either of those things. I'd say that brain rot is a necessary result of refusing to be corrected. One thing that I've always been very good at is hearing as quickly as possible when the other person is correct and going, oh, actually, I think you're right about this. Or at least I'm not right yet. I need to go back to the drawing board. And that's allowed me to continue to be correct because I have basically outsourced my correctness to the rest of the world. I just wait for any human being in the world to be correct one time and I will change my position to theirs, Well, I think people are committed to a lot of stuff, They're married to things they shouldn't be married to. They're married to this frame or this value or that value. And it interferes with their ability to understand. But remember, of course, also that understanding is one of the most silly, pointless things a person can do. You know, with my function stack and my value matrix, or whatever you want to call it, I prioritize understanding a lot. But realistically, nobody should. And, for plenty of kinds of things, I don't care to have any explanation either. I don't need to know how the refrigerator works. I just need to know if it's working, that it works, how to use it, etc. Al says that's fair, but it takes discernment. Most things sound good if orated well enough. Well, see, that's the thing. It's not a fair critique I'm making here because a knower is going to want to know things. But what I'm saying is, I don't. I make a lot of distinctions between kinds of things. Whether I'm writing a song or stating a claim or making an explanation or impacting a claim or whatever. I make a lot of distinctions about what kinds of things I'm doing with words. The thing is, with explanations, you understand it when you can explain it and answer all the questions about it. And, if you're wrong, then the same burden falls on the other person. They need to understand what you're saying well enough to respond on point to what you're saying and actually be right, actually defeat it. You can't defeat something by avoiding it. People get brain rot because they spend their days watching TikTok or YouTube doing nothing else. I mean, I spend a fair amount of time YouTubing. I don't feel like it's giving me brain rot. I do feel as though sometimes I could be using my time more wisely, but I certainly get to throw down with people as much as I want to. I've actually tried to avoid it by and large because, I don't know, the world's gotten so contentious. It's like you can't say anything anymore without starting to fight. So I guess maybe that's why I like to fight about things that like evolution is a much better thing to fight about than politics. Because with evolution, there is a single correct answer, right? Either evolution does explain it or it doesn't. Or it doesn't yet. Maybe it could later, right? The answer is it definitely doesn't yet. Right. Well, I mean, sure, you've got to be careful about statistics and stuff, but that's where you come back to the first point. What are we doing with language? When I'm arguing about evolution, I'm challenging, negating the claim implicit that evolution is making that it explains where species came from. I'm saying, no, that is not true evolution. There is no explanation of evolution that actually explains things that I can understand or that I've heard anybody else successfully explain as though they understood it. How am I not getting tired listening to you talk? Usually people bore me. Well, I'm kind of on today, actually. So the thing is, when I'm negating evolution, I'm also saying I'm making a very reasonable claim that just as I don't believe I know where species came from, you also should not believe you know where species came from, because if evolution were an adequate answer, it would behave like a science theory like relativity and not like, and not like theories of perfect spheres and the celestial bodies and stuff like that, right? Not a bunch of hocus pocus. Clyde B, you shut up. Hey, how are you just normal? Check up on you, TWFP. How am I just normal? I just am normal. I mean, what do you mean? I don't know. I just am how I am. Well, remember that when we're talking about theories, almost always what we mean is explanation. Um, the theory of, I don't know, like the theory of plate tectonics, it's an explanation of why continents seem to move around. The Big Bang Theory is purporting to be an explanation of the very beginning. Well, because shit all seems to be coming out from this center place, then we go backwards. It must all eventually originally been a very small thing, and then blowing up so big. Fine. That's not an explanation. It's like, okay, why, how, in the sense of like, where did we get started in this? Even if you want to say it expands, and contracts forever, how did that come into being? Right? It doesn't answer any fundamental cosmological questions. And it may be that those fundamental cosmological questions simply can't be answered. I don't know. It's like, it's probably a chicken and egg question that's resolved by some third thing that we're not thinking of. For example, when I was being depressed and just kind of like moping around the house watching TV and feeling bad about myself, or like mad at myself, or just like ho hum or whatever, I was having this kind of conversation with myself. Am I like depressed because I'm just sitting around watching TV? Or am I just sitting around watching TV because I'm depressed? The answer was, no, Eric, you stopped doing Adderall 3 days ago after being thwacked out for the better part of 2 weeks, and you are hardcore crashing. You're not depressed or any of these things. You're just having an Adderall crash. And so there is no linkage that appears to be between these things. Like, well, I noticed that when I'm depressed, I don't go out very much and I just kind of stay in bed. But I wonder if, like, if I just got maybe myself get up out of bed and go do stuff, would I not be depressed? The point is, it's a chicken and egg thing. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Well, obviously, neither. The whole chicken egg species cycle thing that occurs with a single genomic signature and multiple individual expressions of it was set in, was already had that process built into it when it arrived. How did it arrive? We don't know. I wish we did. The funny thing is, if I were to ever say intelligent design, I've been making a huge mistake. Everyone would be like, oh, there we go. Now we know what it's really about. But if I say aliens genetically engineered these species, everyone's like, well, that's plausible. Right? Even though that would comprise intelligent design. It takes 3 and 2 or to make one on-off switch regarding the analog computer. And 2 knots as well. They have to be on and not off, or off and not on, and not both. How did the aliens get there? Well, I mean, that's the same phenomenon you're going to have with like a creationist approach of any sort. Somebody created, well, how did they do that? And let's find out all about this creation thing that occurred. Well, you're right. It just pushes back the cosmological question, right? It does just push it back further in time. We still don't know where species came from, but at least we have a better explanation as to why the fossil record, hints at some mechanics that just doesn't make any mathematical sense, right? Like, it hints at some, like, well, there were some species, then a bunch, then a few again because of the extinction event. Then a few species, then a few more, and then a little bit more, and then a bunch, and an extinction event. Well, where are they all coming from? They seem to be like emerging from these proto species, right? So the thing is, if we want to say that apparent, like, like Sim City, right? You zone it for industrial, you zone it for heavy housing, you zone it for light housing, and then the houses just kind of grow there. Different kinds of houses just kind of grow there. You see that kind of phenomenon, in that over time you get more different kinds of buildings and more complicated and sophisticated buildings too, right? But that process is coded into that simulation, right? It's just gonna, once you've zoned things, they're just gonna grow all the variants of it that can possibly fill in that space that they've programmed in. It's pre-programmed in that there are this many possible variations to fit into this many possible niches in that environment. And then it just happens when you trigger this onset event called zoning it. The fossil record looks a lot like that, except from more basic to way more complicated, like way more range in here of stuff than in SimCity, obviously. So the problem is, just as with SimCity, we don't have a good explanation as to where those things come from. SimCity, we say, oh, our people in the city are building them. You can see the building process. See, they're building them. But we don't really know how they're building them, for example, or really that they are building them. It could just look like they're building. And that's very questionable as to how all these buildings pop up. Like, okay, if the people in the town are building them, then how can I have buildings going up all over town at the same time? For a town this size, there can't possibly be that many construction companies in this town, So the thing is, evolution is very much like that. We see evidence of houses and stuff popping up around here. It was assumed, because we can see variation within a genome, that it went from simpler species, that this population stayed that species, And then it also produced this more complex species and subpopulation over here that was turned into a different species and blah, 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 right? It was sort of, well, it kind of looks that way. Things seem to be perfectly fit into their niche. Look at these finches, etc. But yeah, it's all just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. Who are you talking to, Lexi? I'm talking to you, Grumpy. I'm talking to you, says Lexi. Jess Colonel says, you cannot speak about Christianity if you do not have the qualification. Actually, I can speak about whatever I want to speak about. And I did answer your question. You lie again. You keep lying. Well, L, we don't have a theory of, we don't have a, non-creationism is not a theory. Simulation theory is a theory, but not very satisfactory as a possible answer for a lot of reasons. Aliens genetically engineered us and put us here. Possible. You could, if you wanted to have some evolution occurring natively, then that would at least explain why humans seem so poorly adapted to any environment on the planet, basically. But regardless, the thing is, we would, if we had a theory to explain species, I would love for there to be a name for it. The thing is, we don't currently have one. We have this collection of anecdotes called evolution, but we have no actual theory of where species came from that tests or validates it all. So, unfortunately, we have the scientifically robust, the intellectually robust community saying science hasn't explained species yet. The religious community saying God created all the species. And the science community saying not that God didn't create all the species, but that's not science. We're not interested in talking about that. I deny evolution, L. And the reason I deny it is because I understand the question through the right frame, first of all, which is that evolution is making a claim to explain something and has a burden to affirm accordingly. And I'm correctly and accurately assessing the totality of the literature, not every bit of it, not comprehensively, but the overarching totality of it, as utterly and completely failing to meet that burden, and thus we negate. Okay, that's just how it works, right? Like, if when the theory of spontaneous generation was disproved, it didn't get to redefine itself as a different theory and then try it again with a different mechanism, right? We trash shit that falsifies. We should. We don't cling to it because we think our options are either religion or evolution. Those are not our options. Our options are religion or being honest and intellectually rigorous about what something must do before we can make certain claims about it. And then, just Colonel, I gave you your answer. You lied. I told you the source of my claim was me, dumbass. And you said I cannot speak of Christianity and I have qualifications. I can speak on whatever I want to. You don't need to listen to me. I think you're as wrong as you think I am. And the difference is, at least I understand that you've got some kind of fixation on source indicts or something, which is a specific kind of argument where you argue the authority of the source as being as being the commensurate piece of, the determinate piece of evidence on this particular matter because of meow, right? You don't have any because of meow, but you don't even know what you're doing. So obviously, until you understand what kind of argument you're making and when and where that kind of argument is fitting, then there's no reason to even talk to you about this. It's like talking to a sheep about it. That you're not going to get anywhere. And you'll note, just Colonel, I never asked you who your source was because I don't give a fuck. Okay. Hey, bro, how much money you make monthly on this? Oh, like nothing. Zero monies. My current month, $122. So it's not absolutely nothing, but close enough. $122. You cannot make this your job. He's mad because I self-identify as a Christian, but I'm not weird about it like he is. So he's like, "You're not a real Christian. You can't talk about Christianity." I'm like, fuck off already, Lexi, fuck a job. That's good advice, May. Neutral Grumpy says, "What happened, Jess?" I don't know what happened. Sin is to try to bother people from their path and to make God angry. No, you did lie, right? I don't remember the exact specifics of it yesterday, but I articulated it on at least 2 or 3 repetitions, the exact specifics of it yesterday. I did. I am accusing you of lying because you did. And I gave you the specifics of it, but you probably weren't listening. Okay, well, you can believe religion works that way. I understand religion through a different frame of reference than you do. My frame of reference isn't wrong. You're nutty to be presuming that you can tell me how to use my magical thinking frame, which, from my perspective, is obviously a subjective matter and none of your concern. Ninja says, "Let me get this right. What do you believe in then? Epigenetics, mutations, intelligence?" I believe we don't have an explanation for species. That's what I believe. We don't have a good explanation. Well, Jess Colonel, I'm not here to give you exactly what you want, right? I'm telling you my perspective on the matter. I'm not telling you, you'll note, that you should adopt my perspective on the matter. You said you wanted a straightforward answer from me on the question as to whether premarital sex comprised fornication according to Christianity. I said yes. I said, under my understanding, I think adultery, you have to be cheating on somebody, not just having premarital sex. And that's, to the best of my knowledge, correct. Okay? That's my opinion. I thought when you asked me to give you an honest answer, you wanted a straightforward answer, like, okay, well, this is what it says, rather than some sort of like, there is no universal position on this matter. And then you said that you can't marry somebody that you've had premarital sex with after you had premarital sex with them. You didn't explain why at all. Like, isn't it better than I don't know, or whatever. But obviously, one can and self-identify as a Christian. I had sex with Rachel before we got married, and I continue to have sex with her now. So I don't know what you're thinking about. Well, ask your question again, then. And that's the question I answered. Okay, what was your question? I gave you an answer. I gave you my understanding of conventional Christianity's position on the difference between fornication and um, and adultery, right? Then you asked if a person could get married after they'd done that, and I said, yeah. You might disagree with my perspective on Christianity. I'm sure you'll find myriad different answers from myriad different people with titles and authority, right? Because that's the kind of thing that religion is. It's subjective. It's open to anybody doing their magical thinking frame how they want to, you know. I self-identify as a Christian honestly and seriously, which means it's not, I do pray. It's not just a joke or something, but my understanding of it is obviously a lot more both simple and sophisticated than my understanding of it is way simpler than other people's. And my practicing of it is way simpler. It's just prayer of gratitude, seeking forgiveness, and trying sometimes to express love, you know, although it feels presumptuous. But regardless, that simple relationship with God is one that promotes a general humility and is one that is nurtured best with overarching metaframe that includes your magical thinking frame as a possible frame of reference, but does not subjugate everything to your magical thinking frame. So I believe that's a preferable way to maintain this magical thinking frame. You believe your way is preferable, okay? That's totally fine for you to believe that. But that doesn't mean I didn't give you an answer. It doesn't mean I won't continue to talk about whatever the fuck I want, obviously. It doesn't mean that you aren't being really strange and ridiculous about it. You are. I don't care. A lot of people call me Gramps. A lot of people call me Uncle as well. I think it's an Asian thing. It kind of has become popular with everybody. A married man has sex with a married woman that is your wife. I mean, am I the married man who has sex with my married woman who is my wife? Or that is not your wife? A married man has sex with a married woman that is not your wife. Okay, so in other words, I'm married to Rachel in this scenario, and I cheat on Rachel and have sex with another woman. According to Christianity, will you ever be able to marry that woman? I would say no, because adultery isn't a justification for divorce in traditional understandings of Christianity, like Catholicism anyway. So I would say that's a terrible sin. You know, you're married and the other person's married, and you each facilitate the other in betraying your partner, and horrible. But as to whether or not, you know, according to Christianity, will you be able to marry that woman? I don't know, man. Not according to Catholicism. Maybe like the Church of England. The Church of England has a very liberal understanding of things and stuff. Yeah, it depends what church you're talking about. I didn't sign anything. I read the fine print. My cannabis brother. Hello. Здравствуй, Vladimir. What's the thing they say for cheers in Russia? Cheers in Russian is like "Zhazi or something. I don't know. I mean, the Catholic Church says no. Yes, Colonel. Thanks, Natasha. Cannabis loves you too. So you do get that there's more than just the Catholic Church, right, Jess? I gotta finish. I didn't pull it successfully, but it's not my fault, Vladim. Strasby Vladim. It's not my fault, Strasby Vladim. I'll tell you why. It's because this got cloggy. I mean, you know, you find the right church, I'm sure they'll be like, not only can you marry her, you can stay married to your first wife. No, it's zdrowy. Da. Da do da do da. Da do da do. Can we change topics? Let's change topics. We're changing topics from whether this humping that lady is allowed by Christianity. Generally, no, okay? If you're asking, is it okay for me to hump this lady according to Christianity? Probably the answer is no. Probably. You're just going around wondering about random ladies. Dear Jesus, can I hump that thought? You shouldn't say that, right? Because you're saying that, H-O-T. So I think we all know what that means. Hot. It actually means hoe over there. It's a, somebody left a note out for the farmer, for the groundskeeper. Can you please hoe over there? Those things need hoeing. Well, now we're standing outside. How do you like that? That's a pretty exciting turn of events, huh? We're standing outside. We're looking at outside stuff. There are plants, butterflies, drip of water, there's trees, there's ground, there's air, everything. All the stuff you find outside is right here. I feel like playing some music. I feel like maybe I could. Well, I don't like this chair, but we already know that. I don't like any of these chairs. However, I do like this other chair in here. I could bring the guitar outside. I could bring the amp outside even. I could bring the amp and the guitar outside. I could plug them into the plug. And I could play some musical song. I could play Row, Row, Row Your Boat. I could play Mary Had a Little Lamb. I could play Camptown Races. What else? What other songs do I know how to play? They're popular songs now happening hip songs. Should we come around the mountain? Colors of the Rainbow. Oh, I like red, It's the color of an apple, orange. It's the color of an orange, yellow. It's a lemon and a fabulous sun, sun, sun. Green, it's the color of trees and lots of things that grow. And then there's blue for the sky. And purple, that's the color that's fun, fun, fun. Well, you put them together, what do you get? What do you think you see? Well, it's a rainbow, and it's a really beautiful one. You guys remember that song? That's from Barney. The dinosaur. Yeah, that Barney. For my next number, we'll be playing chopsticks. Ting 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 ting. Wow, that's a really good version of chopsticks. That's the kind of musical performance that wins people the Grammy. Grammy for Best Musical Performance and Musical Performance. Someday I'm gonna win a Grammy. Said no one ever. If I win a Grammy, I'll be gracious. Be like, OMG. Wow. I can't believe I won a Grammy. That is totally shocking. I wouldn't have to be gracious, just be honest. Just say, wow. I remember years ago, I was standing outside one day and I was saying to the live stream, what would happen if I won a Grammy? But then I realized I would just be stunned beyond all measure, obviously. Especially now that we've been talking about it. Then I kind of, now if I do win a Grammy, I'm kind of contractually obligated to be stunned. Let me pull up these pantaloons. They keep falling down because I have high hip syndrome. I got this beltaroo here. I'll try to tighten up. Oh yeah, that shit is super plugged in. It's like, wow. Oh, it's got at least 4 bushels of electricity. I started measuring electricity in bushels recently. Barrow load. That's a full barrow load. You mean I have my wheelbarrow all filled up with it? That's exactly what I mean. You're maybe a little sharper than I thought, young man. Oh, it's about to die. Well, I have to plug in. Alright, let me go get my plug. Sorry, I guess I might have dropped there for a minute. But I think I'm back now. I'm back, and that probably reminds all of you of the Backstreet Boys, because they too were back. That's something that they and I have in common. If I'm Baby, I think it's fair to say Baby don't got back, because I really don't have that much of a butt. Could say I've been under-endowed in the butt department. Underbutted. I was going to get a bigger butt, but somebody underbutted me. I wonder if I should point this a different place. Look, there, maybe. Get a little nature in the picture. Kind of hard to get something that has both nature and me. Because if I sit over there, I get a better background. But then I'd be sitting in the sun. And that's not going to happen. So I guess I just have to do it from here. it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. Visions piled up, and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people wish out his name. And Gerald knows he understands everyone clearly here now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald playing his part. But Gerald still knew it's too much to do. But he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut. So where now and what? There's too much time spent at picking the skew. Oh, with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. And Gerald has a thought. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the thing I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da-da, bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-doo. Bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-dee-da, da-da-da. Every life lived reaches a time times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with bones. Yeah, that satchel, now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Pretty good. Let's see. It's like a Velvet Underground song, you know. Yeah, like, I'm Velvet Underground, something like that. All right. Oh, this I want to play this. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if. Start over. tread in the mid a bit. That's better. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no dark to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Above the sleeping forms of vivid mind. Above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. Rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's a hard song to play. Right? I like to play it more perfect than I do, but you know, practice makes perf. I haven't practiced that one at all. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say what is it? What's what? What's the something you have to say? I mean, I think it's not really, you're lying, there's not something. Well, not something specific exactly at the moment. You're such a liar. Tiffany, be nice to me. I'm fragile and gentle like a tulip. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, upward size. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, upward size. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, upward size. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, upward size. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them because he's Gregory in disguise. What's that? What's that you say? Encore, encore. Well, I suppose. If you insist, I think I have one more song I have remembered in me. I could play. Need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by a means to judge a logic to life we derisively unlike and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing enemies, these arrogant, heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and colleges, dragging the whole damn world. My voice is too shot to sing hoping Julie will too. Jerry shoots for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. He always thought that she should have bought to when she had the chance to buy. He soon forgot about you and not all that she ever recall. She'll die. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss a sign. Reset their priorities. These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction in the whole damn world. As you can see, my voice doesn't work anymore. It's broken. I broke it. How? It was a tobogganing accident, actually. Much to everyone's surprise. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always clean yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, and such a fabulous offspring. Now it's wonderful kitty, bedding time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. And a wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. With your wonderful kitty is as fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray. Wow, I really can't sing at all right now. My voice is so shot the fuck, I can't sing at all. I don't really have any instrumental songs to play. I guess I could make one up. And that's my instrumental song. It's called Row, Row, Row Your Boat. What do you mean it doesn't sound like Row, Row, Row Your Boat? Because I invented it right now. Those other people who claim to have written Row, Row, Row Your Boat, they're stealing from me. Sure, their song doesn't sound anything like my Row, Row, Row Your Boat, but they've stolen my title retroactively. Ovs McGovs regarding that. Alright, we're going back inside the house now. Because it's too hot to be outside. Yes, it's not too hot. Hush, hush. It's too hot. That also is Row, Row, Row Your Boat, which was stolen from me by Karma Chameleon, which was written by Fresh Prince of Bel-Air during his Boy George days. Pretty much unrecognizable years later when he took on the Fresh Prince. People were like, wow, that's Boy George. A lot of people don't know it. Will Smith is just the reinvention of Boy George. How else do you explain a talent like Will Smith coming out of nowhere, right? Because he didn't come out of nowhere. He spent years mastering the art as the lead singer of Culture Club, Boy George. Got out of here, Cherry. Shit like that. Oh, yeah, okay. It's a little small, but I'm not complaining. Turn off my complaint spigot right now. You better shut down that complaint spigot. All right. Those things go there. This goes here. Now I've got some free hands And you know what I like to do with my free hands? I like to free minds. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. So just open your eyes, close your mouth, and let your mind go wild. If you experience any mild distress, it's probably me freeing you from the shackles of your mind again for the first time. Dreamsy Smokes Reviews, hello, how are you? Host Eric's flying high, jamming. Hi, Dylan Plays here. I'm actually not a rock star at all. I'm not any kind of star, but I hope to be one day. I'm an aspirational superstar in something, in anything. Trump thing, I mean, I just feel like basically the country's fortunate that, he didn't actually have an assassination. We need to remember this is the first time it happened. This has happened in like over 40 years, so it's not that shocking that some people were caught a little bit napping, And that hopefully it puts everybody on high alert for the rest of the election cycle. And I think it basically seals the election for Trump. Was that the intended consequence of it? Who knows? We're never gonna know something like that. We'd have to succumb to excessive knowing syndrome if we were to know something like that. There, I've wiped some of the sweatiness from my brow as a means of both literally and metaphorically transitioning back to the air-conditioned confines of the inside. So let's go over here where I can see your chats a whole lot better. Wait, am I forgetting something? Am I missing something? Yes, I am. I am missing the plug for this. Thanks, Rachel Strauss. Hi, Neutral Grumpy. Here's a shout out for you. What kind of car, what kind of cat, and what's its name? We have two cats. They're both just regular cats as far as I know. And unfortunately, my voice was not very good during these smokes. I could not sing well. N will pulled, like to see Eric debate them. N will pulled. Let's see me debate who. Thanks, Rachel. I was scrolling up. I guess I played music for quite a while. I didn't have access to anything I didn't memorize, so staying off the grid. instead of saying it a poop, I will write a poem about it. Pay. Po. Piss for po. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. A pay. Pup. How do you like my poem? I liked it a lot. I'm getting a plug from out here that I left out here. No, I didn't leave it out there. I'm fooling my own self with realities such as I did bring it in, but I just left it right here. Okay, so I don't have to go back outside. Fortunable, as they would say, in the country of France, home to the French people of the world. We're going to plug in this here Muggity Meow. And what am I going to do here? Hi, Charlotte. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. If you want to go a courting, don't go with William Tell. Why? Because he'll shoot an apple off of your head. In your pants, Lexi Blackblood says. What's in your pants? In my pants? I can do, not Johnny Cash, sorry. I do sometimes I play a Merle Haggard song called White Boy. Ryan Opina, okay, hello. Don't mind the thing. I chat. All right, I won't mind it. Find cool, what does that say? Find cool fonts and, well, those are cool fonts. Have I ever been addicted to drugs? That's a tricky question to answer, really. I definitely had a problem with alcohol. I've been sober from alcohol for over 10 years. I like various intoxicants. I don't feel particularly addicted to any of them. Where is my wife? She's in bed. She's in the chat here too. I mean, she might be in bed. She might be in bed upstairs, but she's in the chat regardless. I did a review of a Canadian cigarette from the 70s. It was quite good. Do More Year. It was one of my best reviews. Wow. Do drugs make people lose their front teeth? They might, but I think it's fair to say that my dental problems, they probably link sort of to drugs, but mostly to other things. I mean, some you could say it's towards drugs, but it's not towards what you think. Regardless, I've had lots of dental problems. Hi, Steve. How's it going? My goal is to get a good night's sleep tonight. But, probably will be on the later side that I do so. This was a bit of a saucy chat, saucy live stream earlier. Then it transitioned into a rather turgid analysis of 17th century French literature. But your goal is to graduate. To graduate what? Graduate from school? High school? Graduate from college? graduate into being one of the special people? Are you stuck here as one of the ordinary people like me? Well, one day, maybe, Steve, you and I will graduate to become special people. How did I quit alcohol? I went to Alcoholics Anonymous and basically tried hard, I was broken by the time I quit. I'll tell you something that's a curse is high bottom, you know? High bottom is a curse. I I functioned as an alcoholic for such a long time, skirted the edges of things, so successfully. It's a curse. It's not a good thing. But in some ways it's a good thing because when you do get out of it finally, then you don't really have like the wreckage, as they say, the DWIs, the arrests, or whatever. I don't have any of that shit, so. Anyway, ultimately it boils down to making a firm decision, but making a firm decision needs to express as a serious effort for some stretch of time before it can really be called a firm decision. Because it's so unlike quitting anything else. Well, I hope you graduate from high school, Steve. And I hope before you do, you get to perform in your high school musical. You could sing, you could dance, you could act on the stage, you could fill every audience member with rage. You could make people laugh, you could make people cry. You could kill a giraffe and also a guy. There. I'm done with my poem. Let's write poetry, poetry. I should put that as the title of the stream. Let's write poetry. You have no history, not even a speeding ticket. I have an appointment tomorrow with my psychiatrist. I was going to ask for meds to quit drinking. Well, I mean, meds might work. I tried using a shrink to quit drinking. It didn't work for me. But because the thing is, what you don't want to do is you don't want to go to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings and go to those, sit in that room and do that little spiel and shit. And you don't want to feel like, oh God, I gotta get like all culty, all like cult enthusiasm, like born again, whatever, just to quit drinking. I understand that, I understand not wanting to do that. But ultimately, that's what you probably have to do. Yeah, you need to go to AA. And then when you have your chance to talk, you can talk about, you got a lot of pain to talk about, man. I don't know how you process shit, but I process shit by talking about it, telling my story and making it make some kind of sense. Yes, Caped Crusader. Obviously, I'm smoking bongers. I'm not a, like, Mormon or something. Just because I don't drink alcohol, it doesn't mean I'm not fun. I can be fun too. Happy haircut day to you too, McDunn. Wonderful job. High five, McDunn. Haircut high five. Pew. We just got the haircut high five. I mean, that's the thing about quitting drinking. What does it actually require? Actual humility. Which, you know, it's very easy to get stuck at fatalism or nihilism or fuckidism or whatever, you know. Those are a lot easier places to land at than honest humility. No, because I smoked weed while I was drunk too. Anyway, I was smoking weed. I smoke more weed now than I did then, but I mean, sure, I feel like I said, okay, well, I'm gonna have to be okay with this. It's definitely not alcohol. You know, alcohol is deeply satisfying and also horrifyingly life destroying, but in a way that no other drug really is, you know. Had a long day or something, you get home, you swallow back that first, like, I'd say like a shot of Smirnoff or something from little airplane bottles, and just the warmth's going down your throat and into your stomach and stuff. It's so physically satisfying on that level, and then it just makes you relax in a way that nothing really else does. So the thing is, yeah, I maybe smoke more pot. I don't feel it's just like I'm replacing one for the other because I don't think there's anything equivalent at all. I quit drinking, which I had a deeply passionate and unhealthy relationship with. And in exchange, I smoked more weed than I used to, which I've never had a problem relationship with. I still don't. Um, there wasn't anything that I did after I quit drinking, particularly that I wasn't doing before I quit drinking as well. Shape Crusader, I'm sorry to hear that. Your dad's been an alcoholic your entire life. You're 20. Um, you know, I quit when my daughter was like 14, I think, or 14 or 15, because I've been sober now 10 and a half years and she's 25. So, alcoholism is a horrible substance abuse problem. I mean, your body can only hold that kind of habit out for so long. Dreams he smokes for views. You're 36. You're still young enough to roll with some of those punches, but your body's not going to tolerate it as well as it used to as you get older. The best thing you can possibly do is quit sooner, right? It's hard, but that's where I'm saying about the genuine humility. You got to go into it understanding that you're not going to direct yourself regarding this matter. You're going to go to AA. They're going to say, do this, do that, do this. You're going to make a good faith effort to do all those things without determining whether you think those are good things or they make sense or whatever. Without you making the final determination on it. Normally, I wouldn't recommend anybody doing that sort of thing, like sort of handing over your will to other people. But you're not really doing that. You're just agreeing to do all these steps and shit and get a sponsor, do the stuff that they say. Not because it's good or bad stuff to do, but because it's good for you to do stuff that you may not think makes sense, right? It's good for you to accept the fact that these people who are sober here, even if they've been just sober a week, they're doing a better job of it than me. And I knew from my older experience, since I didn't quit till I was 42, that um, that it was just downhill. Like it was just getting worse, and um, I hated myself so much. Well, Dreamsy Smokes reviews. Uh, you may be unusually effective at processing alcohol out of your system without getting hangovers and stuff, but I think you'll find that changes as you get into your 40s, late 30s, Yeah, well, what that means, Dreams Eat Smokes reviews, is that like me, you've reduced your life to two things: work and drinking, plus making videos while drinking. That's the problem with alcohol. Ultimately, for me, the problem was I'm tired of not having any time where I'm not somewhere on the drunk arc or at work. No, Dreamsy Smokes reviews. You can tell me and yourself all day that you have earned the right to do this. You do have the right to do that. You are exercising that right now. Never disputing that you have the right to do that, that you deserve it in some fashion. You deserve to treat yourself. But the question is, why are you asking me about quitting drinking? You're not asking me about quitting smoking cigarettes because they're not posing a problem for you. You don't want to quit smoking cigarettes. So you tell me why you're asking me about quitting drinking. Like I didn't bring it up. I don't think. Maybe I did. Warehouse job. He goes to a warehouse, he picks up a box, he puts it over there, and he thanks it a lot. He goes over there and he gets in a little car. And then he drives this thing over there and it lifts. He points to that and says, "Hey, help me get that down from there." Is that what you do in your warehouse job? Dreamsy Smokes reviews. I tell you what I hate: vaping. I'm just about ready to just quit vaping. Even though I've already quit smoking cigarettes. Yeah, well, then you probably have some drinking time left in you. If you really love it. Do you really love it? Why are you asking me? Okay, deep down you want to, I see. Well, then maybe deep down you don't love it. Maybe you miss regular Dreams He Smokes Reviews guy who's not intoxicated on liquor or whatever other thing you drink. Maybe you drink nothing but sake. That'd be a weird kind of wino to be. A sake wino. I think a good song to record would be Japanese Business Meeting Sake Wino. It'd be a song about a guy it'd be about a guy who goes every day out dressed in a business suit. He's a Japanese guy. He goes to various bars and restaurants around Tokyo around lunchtime for business lunches and just sort of like sneaks in as like a new colleague, and then he just orders a bunch of sake, or as much sake as he can at lunch, and then finds it after work kind of thing again. Does that, you know? You didn't fuck up this stream. What are you talking about? It's a perfectly fine thing to talk about. I is like, if you weren't here talking about this right now, I probably would just be done with the stream now. Because I'm going to end it pretty soon. And, well, I'll talk tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do exactly. Oh, that's fine. I'm, people come and go, you know, it's like, it's, the numbers around here right now are really weird. Like, right now there's 6 people here, but that has nothing to do with anything except just the algorithm. Other times I get good numbers. Sometimes it gets, but not, you know, I'm not getting a lot of new subs or anything. Thanks, Stevenson. I also am not very, find myself decreasingly interested in any kind of results because, you know, that burst of subs, it kind of got my hopes up like, hey, maybe I can make it as a channel or something. And then, you know, they stopped promoting vertical streaming. I kind of knew it was going to happen, but it's still like, wah, wah, wah. So, you know, accordingly, it's kind of liberating. I just feel like, why do I even care at all? Just stop caring. You live stream for your reasons, because you mean the song the Flat Earthers sang? Don't believe in spiracles. Good job, Streams, you smoke. Cheers. MHA. Is it pronounced like it sounds? Sometimes you have to give it a little dental poking, and then it'll come loose and pull through properly. I hate a bowl that's pulled that is not pulled through all the way. It feels like you're giving yourself a bunch of staleness with no. It's like it's basically bong rip blue balls. Oh yeah, shorts do well. If I make shorts. Again, maybe not caring about results will make me start making little things for fun again. I'm feeling enthusiastic right now, but it's the beginning of a bottle. I need some good sleeps. Okay, so what was I about to do? Go check the mail to see if Rachel got summoned for jury duty. Let's go do that. I'll be so excited if she gets jury duty. I had it before, but multiple times, but I haven't had it in a long time. It's like once I had rendered a verdict on a jury, then they're like, okay, well, he actually did the whole thing, so we're not going to bother him again. Like, bother me. I like jury duty. Jury duty is my favorite. Jury duty is so interesting. And important, you know. Makes you feel like a good citizen to do jury duty. Unlike voting, which just makes me feel dirty. Well, what have we here? We have this, which is from Free People. This is some makeup or something for Rachel. And then we've got this, our hard-hitting local investigative journalism squad of wonder wordsmiths, the Mariposa Gazette, everybody's favorite newspaper. Well, sorry, I got a little far from the house, my bad. We disconnected briefly. It could be a little smoky outside. Let's see. Registration for elected offices is open in the county. Maybe I should run for elected office. It's too late to run for those offices. You're only as old as you feel. Silver Sneakers, a smashing success at the Mariposa Senior Center. You can see what a smashing success it is. They've got a ball, they've got weights, they're sitting in chairs. It's wonderful. And look, what else is there? That's right. Football and cheer. Hell week. Uh-oh, everybody. High school football team is going through Hell week. Cheerleaders do as well. I don't think it's quite as hardcore for them, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm underestimating the hardcoreness of cheerleading Hell week. They've got to cheer and cheer and cheer again. They've got to say, let's win, and cheer. I like card and stuff. Fine. I got a haircut. What's going on? What's discouraging me? I don't feel very discouraged. I feel like maybe chilling, watching some TV, and making myself a little foods of some sort. And maybe even going out and getting some exercise or something. So anyway, I'm going to bid you all a very fond adieu and see you later as we follow the vistas of all tomorrow's alohas.